Everyone. It's great to be back at I. Google the past year has given real purpose to and make it universally accessible and useful. We continue to approach that mission with a singular goal, building a more helpful Google for everyone.
For over a decade, we've been pushing documents toward collaborative linked content inspired by Google. Smart Canvas is our next big step. And this fall, we're excited to bring you directly into Docs, Sheets, and Slides for the first time.
Today, I'm excited to share our latest breakthrough in natural language understanding, LaMDA. It's a language model for dialogue applications. Natural conversations are in, and they never take the same path twice. And they're able to carry a conversation no matter what we talk about. Let's see what happens when we talk to a paper airplane.
Where's Amanda?
Have to be in a pub. I was just barely still intact, so I was stuck there for a few minutes. It was quite annoying.
But it is still trained only on text. So we need to build models that allow people to naturally ask questions across different types of information. These are called multimodal models. For example, when you say, show me the part where the line goes sunset, we will get you to that exact moment in video. 2 years ago at I/O, announced Auto Delete. We've since made Auto Delete the default for all new Google accounts. Now, after 18 months, we automatically delete your activity data, and this is now active for over 2 billion accounts.
We want to free everyone from password pain. Password alerts will let you know if we detect any of your saved passwords have become compromised in a third-party breach. And a quick fix feature in Chrome. The assistant will help you navigate directly to your compromised accounts and change your passwords in seconds.
Today, I'm excited to announce the TPU V4. A single V4 pod contains 4,096 V4 chips, and each pod has 10x the interconnect bandwidth per chip at scale compared to any other networking technology. Achieving our quantum milestone was a tremendous accomplishment, but we are still at the very beginning of a multi-year journey. We hope to one day create an error-corrected quantum computer. And success could mean everything from increasing battery efficiency to creating more sustainable energy to improve drug discovery and so much more.
You might ask, I've hiked Mount Adams, and now want to hike Mount Fuji next fall. What should I do differently to prepare? But search engines today can't answer it directly because it's so conversational and nuanced. MUM is changing the game. With its language understanding capabilities, it's highlighting that Mount Fuji is roughly the same elevation as Mount Adams. But fall is the rainy season in Mount Fuji, so you might need a waterproof jacket.
Gotta scan the floor. So let's scan the area. Ooh, and she's here. She goes for the triple-double. This is very accurate. Nails it.
Around the world, people use Lens to translate over 1 billion words every day. So now, we're rolling out a new capability that combines visual translation with educational content. For instance, you can easily snap a photo of a science problem, and Lens will provide learning resources in your preferred language.
Advances in AI are helping us reimagine what a map can be. This year alone, we're on track to release more than 100 AI-driven improvements. We're adding prominent virtual street signs to help you navigate complex intersections. We're bringing it indoors to help you get around some of the hardest to navigate buildings.
Google Maps will soon give you the option to take the most fuel-efficient route. At scale, this has potential to significantly reduce emissions and fuel consumption.
More than 1 billion times a day, people are shopping across Google. Shopping inspiration often strikes when we see something we like in the world around us. When you view any screenshots in Google Photos, there'll be a suggestion to search the photo with Lens. You'll see organic search results that can help you find that pair of shoes or browse similar styles.
Today, there are more than 4 trillion photos and videos stored in Google Photos. Soon, we're launching Little Patterns. Little Patterns show the magic in everyday moments by identifying not so obvious patterns in the photos you take and resurfacing them to you.
Beauty is personal. To face this challenge, we imagined Material You, a new design that includes you as a co-creator, letting you transform the look and feel of all your apps.
Just this week, we crossed an amazing milestone. There are now 3 billion active Android devices around the world. But let's start by taking a look at our new UI for Android. We've overhauled everything, revamping the way we use color, shapes, light, and motion, inspired by Material You. We've got something new planned for Google Pixel, using what we call color extraction. The system creates a custom palette based on the colors in my photo. The result is a one-of-a-kind design, just for you. Samsung and Google have a long history of collaborating. And now we're combining the best of our operating systems to a unified platform focused on faster performance, longer battery life, and the developer community. To make smartphone photography truly for everyone, we've been working with a group of industry experts to build a more accurate and inclusive camera. We're making auto white balance adjustment and algorithmically reducing stray light to bring out natural brown tones and prevent the over-brightening and desaturation of darker skin tones.
We've been working to make mammography better, and now we're collaborating with Northwestern Medicine on an investigative device research study to better understand how AI can apply to the breast cancer screening process. Technology can and should help close the equity gap.
We were all grateful to have video conferencing over the last year, but there is no substitute for being together in the room with someone. So several years ago, we kicked off a project to use technology to explore what's possible. We call it Project Starline. It's early and currently available in just a few of our offices. But we thought it'd be fun to give you a look at people experiencing it for the first time. Using high-resolution cameras and custom-built depth sensors, we capture shape and appearance from multiple perspectives. And we have developed a breakthrough light field display that shows you the realistic representation of someone sitting right in front of you in 3 dimensions. By 2030, we aim to operate on carbon-free energy 24/7. And today, I'm excited to announce we're the first company to implement carbon-intelligent load shifting across both time and place within our data center network. Investments like these are needed to get to 24/7 carbon-free energy. And it's happening right here in Mountain View. We are building our new campus to the highest sustainability standards. Over the past year, we've seen how technology can be used to help billions of people through the most difficult of times. It's made us more committed than ever to our goal of building a more helpful Google for everyone. I hope to see you in person next year.
Hey folks, so yeah, we can see your energy for this event, and like it's really awesome to like have you all here. So it's one of our first IO Extended Universal event, and we'll be having it annually. So before getting started with anything, I would like to introduce myself. So basically, I'm Pulkit, and I'm the lead organizer of this event, and we have Aditi with us. So hey Aditi.
Hi Pulkit, hello everyone. So I'm
Yep. So
content writer and collaborator for this event, and so let's start.
yeah. So like let's start our event first. So let me take you all through our whole event structure. So first we are going to have some of the lightning talks from Shivai sir, Suhas sir, and many other folks. And then we will be getting started with our agenda, and we'll be having some sort of breaks so that you can even have some free time to taking some rest and all. and we'll be having almost 6 to 7 sessions, and after that we'll be having a community lodge discussion that would be on Twitter Spaces. So make sure to set your reminder there, and then we'll be having again a small sort of break. And as we announced yesterday, we'll be having some giveaways, and it's basically like you will be having some stuffs that you need to do. Yeah, that's all. And right, so let's get start with our like lightning talk first. So we have Shivaya sir here. Let's see if yeah yeah.
Hi,
Now,
Pulkit.
hey Shivaya sir. So yeah, it's really great to have you here. And yeah, let's not waste time and let's get started with our main event, right? So it would be great, like if you can start with your screen share and all, and I'm just moving from here so that you can take up the stage, right? I guess your video stuck. Yeah, now it's working. So make sure like you are on mute. So just a reminder, and yeah, you can start.
Can you include the presentation? Pulkit, can you share my screen in the view? So, hi everyone, I'm Shivai, and a very quick introduction about myself. I am
Like
currently a
voice is
Google Summer of Code
getting
mentor,
lag.
and can you share my screen?
Just
All right. So, hi everyone. I'm Shivai, and I'm currently a Google Summer of Code mentor at TensorFlow, and I'm also a TensorFlow JS working group and a SIG member. And today, I'm going to be giving a very quick lightning talk on the topic of the model updates that have been happening at Google I/O for TensorFlow JS, and also talk about the Tasks API. So, very quickly, I'll just share my screen. So, should be there. Let's see. क्या कर
hey folks, really sorry for the like network errors we have got in between. Let me just add Shivai sir once again, and then we can start. So yeah, hey Shivai sir, really sorry
Hi.
sorry for that like network lag in between. So yeah, we can start with it.
Okay, great. So let me share my screen. All right, great. I think it's there now. All right. So, hi everyone. I'm Shivai. Really excited to be speaking today at Google I/O Extended. And the topic that I'm going to be speaking about is the TensorFlow JS model updates and tasks API. So, a very quick introduction about myself. I'm a Google Summer of Code mentor at TensorFlow, and I'm also an active TensorFlow JS working group and a SIG member. So before moving on to the updates, first let's try to understand what exactly is TensorFlow JS. So TensorFlow JS is an open source library for machine learning in JavaScript, which allows you to run machine learning models directly in the web and also be powered by backends such as Node.js. Now, there are a huge amount of advantages by using machine learning in JavaScript with the help of TensorFlow JS. By running it in the browser, it allows you for much lower latency because there's not a lot of network gap between a separate server where you might have to store your machine learning model because it is running directly in your browser. You also get better privacy because there's no any kind of connection between the server and your local environment, and everything happens within your server or your local server itself. And also, you're saving the cost of running it in highly expensive servers. And of course, by also running it in Node.js, you can power much more difficult to run and much more power hungry machine learning models directly with the help of Node.js. And of course, because these models are built with the aim of being able to provide very easy machine learning access, anyone can actually use them and utilize the power of the pre-built machine learning models using the TensorFlow.js pre-built models as well. And it does not require you to have any sort of knowledge beforehand before using these machine learning models. Now let's look at some of the amazing updates that have been there at the Google I/O that were announced for specifically for TensorFlow.js. Now, first up, one of the biggest achievements was that there was a 3 times increase in the number of weekly downloads in this year alone in the number of NPM downloads for TensorFlow.js. And we have a total of more than 3.2 million NPM downloads for various types. For example, it could be NPM model for specifically the main TensorFlow.js API or all the including machine learning models that are supported currently in TensorFlow.js. Then there have been more than 50 million CDN hits. So for those people who might not be aware, CDN refers to if you're using your machine learning model or you're calling the TensorFlow.js API using the script tag, more than 50 million calls for creating simple HTML-based programs. And again, a huge milestone when it comes to an API that is only released back in 2018. So within a course of less than 3 years, it has seen more than millions of downloads and being utilized in so many different aspects. There are also more than 12,500 GitHub repositories that are open sourced and are utilizing TensorFlow.js in some way or the other, helping power thousands of different applications worldwide in web with the help of TensorFlow.js. And another amazing aspect of TensorFlow.js is that it is not just limited to the web, because it is a library that has been built for JavaScript, and JavaScript being such a versatile language has actually helped utilize machine learning to go into places where it is not possible before. So being able to create browser-based applications, create desktop-based applications, mobile applications, or even using TensorFlow.js and machine learning in things like microcontrollers and Raspberry Pis with the help of the Node.js. Now we can move on to some of the different models that have seen huge amount of improvements with the current version of TensorFlow.js. So one of them being Face Mesh. So Face Mesh is a model that tracks over 468 different points on your entire face, and you're able to create really amazing applications with the help of this, because you can keep a track of different things within your facial expressions. And now it has got, first of all, iris support that can help for better eye tracking, and also it has gotten much better in terms of extreme angles, where the previous model of the Face Mesh used to actually struggle. So this means that you can use it for much more versatile applications, and you can definitely look at some of the amazing demos that folks have built by using the hashtag made with TFJS on things like Twitter and LinkedIn. Now, the next one is the introduction of 2 new models for Pose, one being MoveNet and the other being MediaPipe's Blaze model. And so the first one is MoveNet. Both of these are, first of all, an increment on top of the current PoseNet model that we have. Now, the MoveNet model is highly accurate model with 17 key points that tracks the entire body, and they are really great and well optimized for high speed poses. So you can do dance and it will actually track your steps and your movements very accurately. Now the other one is MediaPipe's Blaze Pose, which actually gives you 33 different key points. So much more as compared to even with respect to MoveNet. And this actually allows you to do much more, actually gives you much more extra granularity to your tracking. So things like gestures are very easy to capture with the help of Blaze Pose as well. Now, there are some of new admins also made towards NLP, right? So there are a few models, for example, the conversation intent detection that has been built on top of the distilled BERT architecture, and it provides you state-of-the-art architecture for making very small models that are very suitable for browsers and for the on-device scenarios as well. And for example, with specifically the conversation intent detection, you can use this model to identify a user's intent and then actually provide relevant information for that particular intent that has been invocated by the user. So that means that essentially when you're having a conversation between two users, the model can understand the context of the information that has been going on in the conversation and can provide relevant details or relevant suggestions based on the conversation that is taking place. We have also seen a huge amount of improvements in terms of the backend runtimes that are currently supported in TensorFlow.js. So the first one being the support for SIMD in with the help of that actually helps us to create multi-threading with the WASM, that is WebAssembly, for better CPU and GPU support. So as you can see in this particular example that this model has been specifically created for the face detector, and you can see that for the CPU ones, the WASM based and when we have added support for SIMD and multi-threading, it actually has a much better support as compared to WebGL as well. And even for other kind of models, for example, let's say the MobileNet model, we are seeing a huge rise of improvement in these models as well, right? And this goes on to show that as we are progressing, the support, first of all, for different types of runtimes is also improving. So now you can utilize your backend models not just with your main CPU or GPU, but it has also support for WebGL, WASM, with also WebGPU coming into the picture very soon. And there was also a new announcement of the new tool, TensorFlow.js benchmarking, which is essentially a tool which allows you to choose different models, different runtimes, different input parameters, and different examples to compare the performance between different types of models, and also see that how do they actually perform on different types of devices as well. And this uses BrowserStack's support for running the different tests onto the device itself. So you can definitely go and check the inference between different types of models and play around with the settings by going to github.com/tensorflow/tfjs and in the E2E benchmark. And again, a really great tool when you're trying to decide between the different types of models for your own use case. Now, the next one is probably the most important one that is announced, is essentially the TensorFlow.js Tasks API. Now, the TensorFlow.js Tasks API was built with the advent of being able to run any kind of different runtimes under a single category. So that means that, for example, if you have a tasks like image classification, we do have support for multiple runtimes and multiple different types of APIs. And the task was to unify them all together under one specific task, that is image classification, which allows you the liberty and the flexibility to try out different types of models and different types of APIs, and just use one of those APIs based on your requirement. So the task API provides a unified experience of running different models under a specific task. So these tasks could be like sentiment analysis, image classification, image segmentation, right? And that is what makes the TensorFlow.js Tasks API really popular. And it also actually allows you to have different types of runtimes. So whether it's MediaPipe, TF-Lite, WASM, or let's say TF-Lite Tasks API. And the other one being that all the package size is really small with respect to the TensorFlow.js Tasks API. And this graph sort of shows you the different kind of current tasks that are supported, including things like NLP, object detection, image segmentation, and the corresponding models that are actually supported right now. And again, with the advent of the TensorFlow Lite being able to be used directly in the web, that was made possible with the help of the tasks library. That means that if you are having your already created TF-Lite models, they can actually be used to be powering the TensorFlow.js models as well. Basically, we are creating a wrapper of the TF Tasks API around the TF-Lite model, and that allows you to run it directly inside of the TensorFlow.js as well. And this to sort of showcase how you can start utilizing it. So you can either use it via NPM by importing the TensorFlow.js models and tasks, or let's say you can also use the script stack, that is via the CDN. And just to showcase a very quick example of how we are basically utilizing the TensorFlow Task API. So this particular example in the code snippet that you can see is being utilized for image classification. So the first thing is to import the TF Task API by the NPM module. And then you can see that for the image classification, we are having 3 different examples. So you can either load the TF-JS model, MobileNet model, or let's say you can import the TF Lite MobileNet model, or you can also have a custom image classification based TF Lite model, for example, let's say a bird classifier. And finally, you do get a unified inference method using which you can just go ahead and predict whatever you're wanting to predict with the help of these APIs, and very easily get so you can compare between all the 3 different models and see which one performs the best for your use case, and just use that particular API. So it just makes the integration of different types of models that much easier as compared to previous models. And that sort of brings an end to my lightning talk. I hope that you liked it. For further information, you can always connect with me on Twitter @howdevelop and on GitHub @ShivaiLamba. So thank you so much, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of Google I/O Extended. Thank you very much.
Hi Pulkit, I think you're on mute.
Really sorry. I just
Yeah.
forgot about that. So thank you so much for having us here. And like you can like now start like with
Yeah,
the
sure.
screen share and all. So I'm just
Sure.
taking you to the stage.
Sure. Okay. Okay. So, hi guys. So first of all, thanks for joining on this, Google I/O Extended Universal, and thanks for the opportunity, Pulkit. And a big cheers to all the organizers who work, behind the screen to make this event happen. So thanks for your support, guys. So today my topic is the present and future of Angular. So before going on to the topic, let me introduce myself. I'm Suhas. I am working as a software engineer. Like I'm into Angular for the past 4 years, and I'm using Angular since from Angular JS. I have used Angular JS till I've used Angular 12. So there's been a lot of evolution going on in Angular. So we'll see some updates. And I also write blogs at devsuhas.com and techme360.com. And I also organize meetups. So I'm a part of 2 meetup groups, Talklify and Techme360. So basically, I do meetups focused on Microsoft technologies and Angular. So we do events every month. If you're interested, you can just go and join in this meetup group. Okay, going back to the topic. So we'll see the present V12 and the future. So those who haven't used Angular, like it's a front end framework where you can build applications. Maybe good set of scalable applications you can build, and there are a lot of concepts like routing, change detection and componentizing, etc., where it will allow you to build a single page application. So this is just a small introduction. So moving on to the present version of Angular is V12. So the correct version would be, I think, 12.1.4. Like the evolution of Angular is, it was very much good from Angular JS to Angular. The first point I want to highlight is Ivy, the Ivy compiler. So basically, in previous versions of Angular, like I think in previous below V10 or V9, they were using a compiler which is called as Vue Engine, and they totally rewrite the compiler into Ivy, and so they are going to deprecate Vue Engine. So Ivy is a kind of an it is very much powerful than Vue Engine. And basically they are going to deprecate the Vue Engine compiler, and they're going to move to Ivy everywhere. And whoever if you are developing Angular libraries, make sure your library also runs on Ivy, because at certain point of time like they will completely remove Vue Engine from Angular. Currently they are now just deprecating the support. Maybe in future they will be completely removing it. And the next one is transitioning from legacy I18 message ID. So I'm not sure how much have you used IE18N. It's a kind of a localization thing. So currently there are multiple legacy message ID formats that can be used in IE18N. So sometimes these legacy message IDs, they cause problems because of some white space and formatting templates and ICU expressions. So to solve this problem, they are migrating this. So the new canonical message ID format would be much more resilient, as well as it will be very much intuitive. So this format will reduce the unnecessary translation invalidation and associated retranslation cost and applications. So this will, like if you're using IE18 and like localization concept in your Angular, like this will help. This will improve the performance of localization in your application. So the next thing is the future of Protractor. So it's a kind of an testing framework available in Angular. I'm not sure how many of you tried it. There are a lot of frameworks for replacing Protractor, but yeah, like Angular team, they're also working with the Protractor community to determine the future of it. So they are still trying to figure out the best future for Protractor. But for now, they have opted not to include it in new projects. So instead, they are providing some options, third-party solutions like Cypress, WebDriver IO, and Test Cafe. Like there are a lot of frameworks, but Angular is trying to they are trying to support the Protractor, and I think it may be next version of Angular. Like they'll have some idea like what's the future of Protractor in Angular. But currently they are mentioning they haven't left the support for Protractor. Like I think we can see a good evolution in that Protractor framework. Next one is my favorite, Nullish coalescing. So this operator, like you can use it in templates, basically directly in HTML file. So it is like we'll check the null condition using not equal to null, and we'll give a ternary operator. So instead of ternary operator, we can use nullish coalescing operator. We can actually directly use it in the templates, so in the HTML file. So this operator, I think it will be very much friendly, and so it will allow us to avoid the null exception in our template file. And also learning Angular, so they have improved the documentations a lot in Angular, and also they have got dark theme, light theme, and the learning the documentation has been very much improved. So they have gotten a lot of feedbacks and questions to improve the documentation, and they have implemented it and updated the Angular IO documentation that it will be very much useful for you. Like earlier, when we go for Angular.io, the documentation would be somewhat difficult to follow. Like I would say, if you are a beginner, a previous version of Angular.io, it would be difficult, to follow these steps and understand the concepts of Angular. But now the entire workflow has been changed. Like if you have friends, like if you want to start off with Angular, like now Angular.io would be good, I guess. Like you can give it a try of trying out the flow with the documentation. And if you have any feedbacks, you can go to your GitHub repository, or you can just mention it in the Twitter. Like they are mainly focusing on improving the documentation side of it. But yeah, they have vastly improved it. You can also go for Angular.io. So that's the documentation website. You can check out the stuffs there. And the next thing is stylish improvements. So in I think in version 11. So I'm not sure how many of you hear this library called Tailwind CSS. So it is a kind of an I would say most powerful version of Bootstrap. So it has some predefined class, and you can integrate it with Angular, and you can do a lot of stuff. There are so much of predefined class. So Tailwind CSS, it's a kind of a powerful tool. So in the v11.2 release, they added support for Tailwind. You can add your by default it will be present in version 11 project. Like if you are using v10 or v9, you can also integrate Tailwind in your Angular project. You have to do some stuffs, and there are also some libraries, and it has some schematics which will help you to integrate Tailwind CSS into Angular. So check out that library. I think definitely you guys like it. I think that's a kind of a coolest library, CSS library I saw. So next thing is deprecating support for IE11. Yeah, as a developer, whenever I get a bug, the QA will say, yeah, it is working in Chrome. Like why it's not working Internet Explorer. Like many of them will face it during their development life cycle. So as the time moves on, like sometimes you have to stop support for IE11 because it has its own set of challenges. And also Microsoft is also deprecating the Internet Explorer, like they are currently moving into Edge. So Angular also is trying to deprecate the support for IE11. So slowly they won't support Internet Explorer. And if you're upgrading your Angular application to Virtual, make sure like you are ready to sacrifice Internet Explorer. Like you cannot run much with the latest version of Angular. And the TypeScript version has been changed to 4.2. They also have some coolest updates like knowledge call string, and they have different concepts. To know the latest updates of TypeScript, you can just go to the typescript.org and you can just view the updates of 4.2. So this is the present. So the main points I want to highlight is the Ivy. Ivy is going to be very much powerful. It is going to make Angular very much powerful. And the next one is null list call string operator. So null list call string, bringing in TypeScript is fine, but bringing in the templates, it's a kind of a cool one. You can give it a try. And Angular docs. So if you want to try out Angular, just go for angular.io and try out the flow. I think you'll be feeling that the documentation is good. So this is about the present, like V12 till 12.1.4. Like there are a lot of things happening, but this is the some of the points I want to highlight. The next thing I want to say is the future. Future, like there are a lot of stuff that's going to happen in the future. The first one I want to mention is the micro front-end architecture. So there are a lot of architecture stuffs that you can do with Angular, but it's not it is not strictly it is not necessary that you have to strictly follow that architecture to build Angular applications. You can just follow monolithic kind of architecture to build your applications. But yeah, that kind of applications would scalability would be an issue for that. If you go for like micro front-end architecture, like it is available in all set of languages like C#, Java, etc. Micro front-end architecture is just dividing your applications into smaller pieces, and each piece will have its own responsibility, and it won't be dependent on each other. So that's a kind of an architecture they are looking forward in the future. Like maybe in next version, maybe not next version, maybe in later version of Angular may suppose they will ask you to do only micro front-end architecture kind of stuffs. So looking onto independent deployability and development of large-scale applications to improve efficiency and productivity, they are going to bring this kind of architecture. And the next one I want to highlight is the better developer ergonomics with strict typing for Angular forms. Like there are two types of forms in Angular: reactive forms and template-driven forms. So these reactive forms is not a kind of type safe. I wouldn't say it's a kind of a type safe reactive form, but there are good libraries developed by various people to make it reactive forms more type safe. But it is not strictly imposed that you have to follow this. By default, if you don't use any library, these reactive forms, it's not a kind of type safe one. But yeah, like in future, they are going to make this a strict type safe in Angular/forms, like both template driven and reactive. It's going to be both type safe. And yes, and the next one is zone.js opt-out. So basically, they are going to design and implement a plan to make zone.js optional for Angular applications. So by doing this way, it will simplify the framework, and it will also improve debugging and reduce the application bundle size. So that's the main goal, right? Like reducing the bundle size will increase the performance of your application. So definitely bringing zone.js out of this Angular will reduce the application bundle size. And additionally, this will also us to take advantage of native async await syntax, which currently zone.js does not support. So async await syntax like zone.js, it won't support actually. Like that's also one of the reason they are trying to opt out zone.js. Next thing is improved build performance with the NGC compiler. So they're going to distribute the Angular compiler as a plugin of the TypeScript compiler, will substantially improve developers' build performance, and it will also reduce the maintenance cost. And support adding directives to host elements, like it is kind of an long feature request, and basically you have to, it is the ability to add directives to host elements. So this feature will allow developers to augment their own components with additional behaviors without using inheritance. So without inheritance, you can able to achieve, you can have additional behaviors to your components. And the next thing is code splitting APIs. Like a common problem with the web applications is their slow initial load time. So yeah, there are concepts like lazy loading, etc., to increase your application. But a way to improve it is to apply more granular code splitting on a component level. So to encourage this practice, like I think they'll be bringing more code splitting APIs. So it's a kind of fun bringing micro front end architecture. So by looking on to this future, like they have a good set of roadmap for Angular, and they also have a page called angular.io/guide/roadmap. Maybe I'll just paste that in the comment section. You can just go to that, and you can also see what's the future of Angular. So this is about, guys, and I think so this is the present and future of Angular. I think thank you everyone, like thanks for the opportunity, Pulkit, and thanks to all the community members. And if you want to stay connected, and if you want to have any questions in Angular, like you don't know how to proceed or where to start, or maybe you are looking for a chance to speak up in a community, just reach out to me. Like this is my Twitter handle, ng_suhas. Just reach out to me at any point of time. I'm happy to help. So thanks everyone, and stay safe and stay home. Thank you.
Yeah, it was really awesome session, and like thank you so much for joining us here. Right.
Yeah, thanks,
So
Pulkit.
now let's get started with the next session right now. So let me just take up here, and so now we'll be having our third lightning talk from like Gaurav sir, and it's basically on getting started with open source. So yeah, let's have him here. So hey sir,
Hey,
how's
thank you
going
so
on?
much, Pulkit. I'm doing great.
Yep.
How about you, buddy?
Yeah,
Awesome.
great going.
So I
So
hope I'm audible.
let's not waste time and let's get started. Yeah, you're audible.
Sure, sure. Can you bring up the screen, please? Okay, so while Pulkit bring on the screen, so namaste everyone. Thank you so much, Google I/O Extended team, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on basically how to get started with open source. I believe all of you would be over here, must be wondering. So as Pulkit said, let's quickly jump onto the thing. Just on a part that before we jump onto the open source. So my name is Gaurav Sharma. I work as a solution architect at Red Hat, and yes, by passionately, I'm a community builder, I'm a community learner, I'm a community person who loves to contribute in one of the ways doing the podcast. And also you can find me on YouTube doing some of the amazing podcasts, and even on LinkedIn, Twitter by name RSCA Sharma. So please feel free to reach out to me there. Enough of introduction. Now, very first question, I believe all of you would be agreeing when it comes to open source. I have seen majorly students has this misconception in their head that when it comes to open source, everybody think it's free. But hey, open source is all about just free. There are two words that you need to take care, and that is OSS and FOSS. Free open source software and open source software. Now, interesting is when it comes to free, many people think free software means software that is absolutely free of cost. But reality is free software means to respect, that respects the user's freedom and community. Roughly means the term free software is sometimes misunderstood. It's nothing related to the price. It's all about freedom. So typically the free software means that the user have the freedom to run, copy, distribute, study, and change and improve the software. On the other side, if you talk about the second essence, which is open source software. Now, open source software is something which you can modify as per your needs, share with the others without any licensing violation issues or burden anything at all. When we say open source, source code of that software is available publicly with the open source license, but sure, that is something like GNU or GPL, which you have heard of, which typically give you an access to edit the source code and distribute it as per your wish. So free open source software, when it comes to FOSS software, is an important part of the people's life. Where it comes to open source software, software is just software. There is no ethics associated directly to it. Now, if I take a very brief example, everybody knows water is freely available. Do you need to pay it? Yes, there will be few people who will be saying that, hey, water is open source. Everybody know the universal formula is H2O, but why Bisleri is selling it? So when it comes to free open source software, people aligns their business thought to it, and they have the freedom that, hey, I want to like modify the code and I want to charge for it. It's up to in their hand. On the other side, when it comes to open source software, people use it without any hesitation. The source code is available, the program is available, the compiled program is available. You have a freedom to do the way you want to do it. So when it comes to open source, just don't believe that, okay, open source is something that is freely available and anybody can use it. There is a slight difference between free or like free open source software and open source software. Now, if I have to just give one more example, it's like free open source software, the software freedom translate into the social freedom, right? On the other side, when it comes to open source software, ethics are to be associated to the people, not to the software. So it's our responsibility, being the open source people, that how we take on the opportunity to distribute the open source culture. And that's where I always say is how you can get started. So you have an idea, you compiled a program. Releasing the open source, or I should say the source code open source, means making publicly available. The vast people, the audience come and collaborate and share their ideas. And I guess this is what the Pulkit and the team does. So we bring out the different flavors from the different industry, and look what we are doing. We are improving the code base. So you as a person, if you talk about the source code, how I can copy it, or when it comes to coding, or I need to understand the product, typically I always recommend go and check out the VCS available in the market. The version control system, like version control softwares, definitely helps you to understand that what exactly it needs to clone the software, to clone the source code, and more importantly, how you can develop more from it. Now, how easy it is to get started means my talk simply revolves around getting started with open source. So how I should? The first point is learn about version control systems. Typically, that will help you to understand the code base, and then you can start improving it. Secondly, when it comes to the beginner, that, hey, I'm beginner, how I can get started? No problem. There are a bunch of websites. Typically, I recommend these two for all the beginners. Start searching about the beginner's issue. The most highly recommended for you to get started is issuehub.io, or second is upforgrabs.net. And I guess these two websites are very easy to access and kick off your journey to the open source contribution. Just go there and just simply get started, choose the relevant filter and whatnot. You can easily kick off your career for the open source contribution. Now, if your question comes, hey, what are the different ways to communicate to the project? I always recommend create your own project, distribute to the other people, and people will give you the suggestions. You start improving and building it better. Secondly, if you don't have any idea, don't be afraid. You just copy somebody else's project, modify it, and release it as per your convenience, right? Cloud is there since the ages. Google has its cloud. I believe Amazon has its own cloud. Reddit has its own cloud. Every organization can do it. Now, thing is, what they have done, they have a universal base one code, which is cloud. They just adopted it and they just remodify it, and look what they are doing. So that is also one of the ways. Or else, I would say, if you have an idea, you said that, okay, this is something like being a student, it is not affordable. Create the alternative of the commercial software. And that is the way to contribute to the community, right? I believe many of you would be knowing that during the pandemic, when we, like the Indian government banned some of the Chinese app, what we did, we started coming out with the alternatives. And that's where you say that this is the also way to communicate to the open source world. And this is, I would always recommend, clone the project and develop your own. Don't be like spoil somebody else's code. There are certain ethics that needs to be learned. As I said, open source software gives you the freedom to change the code, but it's all about the humans' ethics that needs to be followed as well. Now, typically this question always comes to me that, hey, I don't know coding and how I can still contribute. So don't be worried. Coding is not only the one way that you can contribute to the code. There are many ways, like you can help in improving the documentation. I believe all of you would be agreeing that when it comes to the coding, or when it comes to the code, if you get stuck, or if you get what I should say, like need a support, you will definitely go and explore some UI or something like that, right? So in that way, you have to help in improving the documentation. Please help in like clearing some bug fixes, spread the words, design and research as well. So these are a couple of things that anybody can use and be the open source contributor in their way. So couple of things, as I said, if you are kicking off your open source journey, be like very much cooperative and empathetic towards the open source communities. If you have like contributing to any project, go and read their README files, read their documentation. If you are trying to revert any issue, do check it if it there exists or not. Do check it if there was some documentation related to that bug was already there or not. If you are creating one bug or if you have identified a bug, provide as much as information you can do it. And always remember to say thanks, because people are helping out of their own passion. It's nowhere a mandatory thing for a person to do it. So always follow some open source etiquettes that will always help you to enrich. So with that, I want to leave you all with a simple call that collaboration always, competition never. In open source world, this is very much important to understand that collaboration empowers you. I guess today what we are doing with the IO Extended Universal is that we are sharing our thoughts and ideas. And that's where we are also learning one thing, that how you can collaborate better. So collaboration will always help you to empower. Competition will always spoils you. And if your question that taking the very first example that, hey, you just started an example with that Bisleri we need to pay. On the other side, there are multi-brands. The thing is, there will be some certain competition in respect to you, but competition is not fighting with them. They are working towards the society to give them an alternate options. So your competition is you, not somebody else. So always remember, collaboration always, competition never. And with that, thank you so much, Pulkit, and the entire IO Extended team for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. And I believe if you have any more concerns, do reach out to me and I'll be more than happy to help the best way I can. Right?
Yeah, sir. So it was really an awesome session. Like we all love open source. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. And let's have a small break for this event. Like I know it's a bit boring, like having so much of stuffs at a time, right? So we can have a small break. And then yeah, we'll get started with our main other sessions as well. So yeah, let's have a small break till that time, and yeah, bye bye. Even I will have some break and we'll come back soon. Hey folks, so basically currently like we'll be having our session on on getting get involved in cloud native as a student. So it would be from Kunal. So let's see till the time he's joining. You all can wait and yep. So let's wait till that time since we are currently waiting for for like Kunal to join us. And yep, it's like if you all have something to like ask or anything regarding this event, you all can just drop anything in the comment section, and we would love to see that and like have a convo with you all as well. So yeah. Hey folks, so we have now Kartike here. He's basically one of the organizer for this event. So hey Kartike, how's going on?
Hey all,
So it would be really
hey all,
great
hey
if you
all.
can
How are
just
you all?
have a
Let me.
small intro
Hello,
about you and
Karthikeyan.
Yeah, sure, sure. Let me know my voice is audible or not. Just let me know on that.
Yes,
yeah,
yes, you
it's
are
audible,
audible.
but it's echoing sometimes.
Okay, okay. Yeah, great. So, hey folks, my name is Karthikeya Rawat. I'm a founder at Developer Student Community. I'm also a co-organizer at different community you can see, like TFU Chandigarh, Azure Developer Community Rapport. And we also, for this event, I am a main organizer for here with Pulkit. And Pulkit got a great initiative on that end. And to cultivate the all the Google product that you didn't have not a knowledge out of it or didn't have the update out of it, so that's the whole stream you can say. And yeah, that's me. Yeah. So just let me. Yeah, great.
Hey Ashutosh. So basically, Ashutosh is one of our team members, and he developed the main website of our event as well. So kudos to you. And yeah, it was a. I guess the voice is echoing from. I guess it's echoing from Karthike's side. So it would be great if you can just check once. Let me check. Yes, it's there is no echo right now. Means it was something from
Yes,
Karthike's side only.
Karthik is right.
Mhm.
Yes.
So it's basically like it seems he won't be able to join us in right now. So let's do
Yeah.
one thing. Have a break again. Till that time,
Yeah.
if it's like you all want to have some lunch and all, you can have it right now. And make sure
Yeah.
to come back. It's not like we are ending up here right now. So yep. And folks. So, we had a large break right now. So let's wait for more 1 to 2 minutes, and then we can start with it, since folks would be joining us in. So let's
Yeah,
wait for
yeah.
more 1 to 2 minutes, and then we will start. So basically, we'll be having a session on things to know as a Android engineer from Himanshu Singh, who is an Google developer expert for Android. So let me take him to the stage right now. Hey sir, I hope am I audible to you?
Hey, hi. Don't call me sir. It's okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Awesome.
So let's wait for some time till the time folks start joining us again, and then
So
we are
just
good to
let me
go.
know quickly that if I can share my screen first. How
Yeah,
do I
sure.
share this? Okay. Just let me know if you can see it.
Yeah.
Right? Like the whole screen is visible, something?
Yeah, the whole screen is visible.
Cool. Okay. Fine. I'll wait for 2 more minutes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sir. So you can continue now. Basically, I will be you will be starting, and after that, folks would be joining us in. So now you can take up the stage.
Cool. Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just let me know once if the whole screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Is it?
Yeah, it is visible. Hello.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, it is
Is it?
visible.
Cool. Thanks.
Yep.
So should I start or should I wait for a couple of more minutes? Just let me know.
Yeah, you can start. Time is going on, right? So you can start.
Okay, awesome. Cool. So, hey, folks. Uh, I would be talking more of things to know as Android developers. This is actually not going to be much of a technical topic, but more if you want to synchronize yourself or visualize yourself at a certain level of topics. That's what I would like to tend into. So it's not going to be a long one. It's going to be a crisp, short, and the ones which I want to look out for, right? So what would I request you from? If you have questions, please shoot yours. I would like to answer a lot of them because this is relatively one of my smallest talks. And yeah, also, Pulkit, thank you so much for having me here. Thanks. So even before starting, I'll actually introduce myself. I'm Himanshu. I'm a Google developer expert for the Android category in India. And I do a lot of public speaking, writing, blogging, creating YouTube contents and stuff, right? So currently I'm not working anywhere, so that's not there in the domain, but I'm just exploring a lot of different open source categories. So that's pretty much it from me. So before moving or jumping onto something new, I just want to put a few things straight. When you join a new startup, or a new company, there are 3 domains you actually look out to, right? A junior, a mid-level, and a senior level. So when I started off, mine was junior. Right now, I am somewhere between mid to senior. So it takes time. It's not something that in the first or the second year you will be the senior most, but it takes time and experience to put it off, right? So in that way, if I have to break it down, we have juniors, we have mid-level, we have senior devs. So traditionally, if I have to put it again, I'll be discussing what are the things needed for junior, what are the expertise you require for juniors, then there's mid-level, then there's a senior level, right? And we are going to break it down individually for all the levels here. So before starting, it would be more also for non-Android folks, but also a deep dive for Android as well. So if I pick up junior for now, right? So we'll actually start off with the junior folks, and I myself started there, so I know the pain. So who would you categorize? That's the first thing as a junior developer, right? So a junior developer has an experience of, as a fresher, to 6 years, maybe a year or 1.5 years, something around of that age, right? That he's not a pro, he's just got into something day one. So this is more of for someone who is looking for a good job, who is working on as a junior engineer somewhere, but he wants to switch to a new territory itself, a new job. You're looking for something, or maybe you're in an internship for 6-7 months and you want to crack it for a pre-placement offer, correct? So that's what we are basically categorizing or putting someone in a junior category role. So as a junior developer, what do you need, right? So if I have to put it in this way, so when I interview a developer, I don't see how good he or she is in Android ecosystem. And the reason being is, right, in 6 months, in 1 year, you would not know Android at all. You would know how to do stuff, but you would not know how to do it. So that's the reason if I have to judge someone, I will judge something which you have used in your college days. So college days is more for data structures, algorithms, problem solving. Again, I'm not specifying that everybody does it. And I'm also not specifying that I'll be asking you data structures, but I might ask you a genuine problem, a real world problem, and I would see how would you approach towards it. So more like a problem which you have to solve, or at least give me a path to solve it. Then as a second thing, what a junior developer has to be sure and dead sure about, that what is the domain they want to figure out something in, or a domain they want to plan your career in. So what I mean by this is, I myself have interned in a UI UX role, but I wanted to make a career in Android. So as the same thing, right? In college, we want to do something which gives us an internship or a certificate. So what I wanted to put out as, I might do an internship in sales, But after 4 years of my graduation or 3 years of my graduation, what I would need is I would need a job in this ecosystem, in a development ecosystem. So that's what a second step would be, choosing a domain for me. Then you have to pick up as what you want in someone to like mentor you. For example, when you're a junior developer interning somewhere or initial stages where you have just started, look for a job or look for some place where you have someone senior to hold your hand and just say that, okay, if you don't know things, it's okay, I'll help you out. That's one of the best parts as a mentor, what you want it to be, right? How you want stuff to happen. Because you can't learn everything just by reading. You need someone to hold on their experiences to you and say, okay, this I might have tried, this might not work, try this. Because that's one of the beautifications of, I would say, as a junior role, that you get someone to help you out in every step. Okay, now, as a next step, if you're, again, looking for a new job, I would say do few internships in that particular domain, if you can get it, in the 3rd or the 4th year of your engineering, whatever is that year, right? Try to do few internships in that domain. That you might do an internship in sales in 2nd year, but if you want to be an Android engineer, do some certain internships in 3rd, 4th year of Android. And lastly, know the basics of the domain. So if I'm interviewing someone, I would like to have them, okay, so consider this in this way. I might be interviewing 3 different people as a fresher, someone in Android, someone in, again, some different college in Android, and someone from IIT in Android, right? There might be 3 different people. This is not that I will pick up the IIT and to join it. What I would do is, I'll definitely see the resume, I'll go with the problem solving skills and stuff. If everybody passes it, now what would I like to see is who has put some extra efforts to know something in Android, right? And okay, what do I mean by this? At least somebody knows what's an activity, what a service is. I don't want you to know a lot of details in that, right? But what I want to know is how much basics do you know? Because what would that give me is, I would not have to teach you everything from zero. So that saves the company's time, the mentor's time. A lot of things depend how much you know about Android, right? So that's one of the things as a junior developers you should do. Now, let's talk about mid-level category devs. So it's above the juniors and below the seniors, right? So a mid-level developer, whom do you call it? So it might be someone with 1.5 to 3 years of experience. And what they would need is, now they have this much experience, they want to move to a new firm or a certain level of firms, they want to go and experience a whole different ecosystem, because you might be doing something in some places. But now, as a next step, what you would need is go to a place, do something, and build something, right, in an experience-wise. So that's where a mid-level engineer comes. So how would, as an engineer, what would be my role as a mid-level engineer would be? So if you understand this, right, that mid-level engineer would be above the junior levels. So one of the definite ways is they have to help the junior guys, yes, but they should know a couple of more things. So if I say that, you still need to at least solve a couple of problems, good ones, how you do it. Second, I would not say, and I recommend this, don't know everything, just hear them out. Like keep following a couple of Twitter handles, a page or something, which says, okay, cool. What we would need is, you know, what is Jetpack Compose, what is this, what is that, at least coming. So keep yourself updated. Not knowing them is totally fine. It's just that you know what came into the picture, right? Then whatever basics you have done, let's say a fragment, an activity, a service, whatever you have done, even the XML part, you should be dead clear what you know about it. Because if you have worked on something, I would expect you to know it. I would not expect you to say, okay, oh, मैंने किया था, but I don't exactly know what would I do, right? So you should be clear what you do, not just for mid levels, but for any level. I would say whatever you pick to work on, after that work is done, you should be sure that you know this in and out, at least at a certain level that you can present yourself. Then, as a mid-level, what I would expect someone is to work with senior folks very closely. And the reason I'm saying you this is because now the next step in my career is going to be from mid to senior. So I would need to understand how a senior folks work, or how the whole team ecosystem works, right? That's another. And as a hint of it, if you're working in some product setup or a product startup or product firm, I would need to understand the product aspects as well. So, okay, let's break the product aspects for you in a certain bit. What are product aspects? When I tell you about product aspect, what I mean here is, do you understand why this feature was built? Do you understand why this feature was built and how many users were impacted? Now, when I say a product aspect, as a developer, you might not need it every day, but at a certain day when you go to a senior role and maybe you want to transition to a product owner role, there's something you need to definitely understand. Not all technologies are amazing. When you're building it for a company, you're building it for someone like whose product is being used by some other company. What they would need from you is to understand whatever you build, even a single line of code is going to impact a user. So when a user is impacted, the company is impacted. So your understanding of product goes from the monetary benefits a company has, then the user base you get, the team you're working with, and then yourself, correct? So this is how you can understand the product aspects, the nuances, like why I did this, what I did with, and why I'm doing it in that way. And lastly, look for edge cases. So for example, I have to give you, let's say if you are getting a login screen, this is a very basic example, but let's say if I'm giving you a login screen to build. So what would you go ahead and do is you'll create 3 components. One would be email ID, one would be, let's say, a password and a button, right? Just press it and go. It goes to the login screen. Now, you would need to think here of the edge cases as well. What might a user do? Okay, so what is an edge case as well? So edge case is something when the happy use case is not executed, like if you are asking for a number and somebody's entering a text, that's not a happy use case. So you have to put an edge case for that. कि अच्छा ऐसा हो सकता है, इसके लिए हम क्या करेंगे? That's an edge case. So coming back to our example, correct, of login screens, understand this. If I'm asking for a email, I might enter a number. I'm not entering an email. So I need to have a check saying कि this is not an email. So that's an edge case. Or maybe I need on the backend side a password of 6 characters, but what I have entered is only 2. So I need to also put a condition check saying, okay, we need 6 characters minimum. That's another edge case. Third edge case might be, who knows, I might have forgotten my password. So I might need an access to at least go ahead and say, I forgot it, give me a new password, something like that. So it's basically like an edge case. So how would it help you? So when you keep solving problems, your mental thinking goes there. You start thinking a lot of problems in a different aspects, which helps you in edge cases. When being updated with tech helps that when you interview or when somebody has to promote you for a senior level, they might think, okay, he knows stuff, right? He might know stuff. It might project you as a good one. The basic knowledge should be clear because whatever you have done in their junior life, junior role or a median role, you know your shit. What you are doing, you know it very clearly. And lastly, when you're working with senior folks, you learn from their experience because the senior folks are amazing to learn, right? And for edge cases as well. Now you're thinking as the product engineering, you are understanding about the user's mistakes they might do. So this helps in the mid-level one. Now, This was a generic overview how a mid-level developer has to evolve around. But now I have to talk about a mid-level developer who is an Android engineer. So as a mid-level engineer, what I would expect you to know is Android components. And when I say Android components, it might be something like activity in and out, like an activity's lifecycle. Why would you use it? Then like a fragment. When would you use a fragment? When would you use of activities? Something like that, right? Then I would expect right now in this age to have you with Kotlin experience, that you know something about Kotlin. So that's another use case which I would like to have you to know. Third would be, as a mid-level, I would expect you to have a certain knowledge of design patterns and architectural samples, that if I'm building something, I just don't build it. What I would do is, I would expect you to know that, okay, this was to be done in this proper way, in a repository pattern, a use case pattern, or in a certain architecture. That's what I would do in a second use case. Now, why this was done and what was done is also important in an Android engineering. Though, for example, I'm doing something in use case of clean architecture. So why did I use a clean architecture use case pattern? Why is the biggest help you would get in a mid-level engineering from a senior folks? That why did I use it? Always ask, why did I do it? And when you get an answer, then you have to understand what was done exactly, right? So that's something you need to learn again. Usage of good third-party libraries. So if you're an Android engineer, you might be using Coil, Glide, Retrofit. Why do you need it, right? And you need to understand what Retrofit or Glide brings to the table that native Android engineers couldn't, right? Like the libraries. There has to be something. So you know how to use it, but you also, it's good to have that if you know a certain implementation of it, that why was it needed at the first place? I hope it makes sense, right? And it's not mandatory for something, but it's always good to have that you know how to write test cases. So how would this help you, right? Consider this. If you write a test case, you might think through a couple of edge cases. So when I say you need to know an edge case, it also helps you in writing a test. So if I write a test of a login screen, for example, I can write a test saying that simulating that I'm entering a number. Would this login? No, right? Because it would fail. So it's a test you are doing on your end. So there's a very good quote which I always say to someone: don't make your end users be a tester for you. Test your apps and then move it forward. So it's a good to have again. So I would at least expect a mid-level engineer, or in the market standards at least, to have this. Now, my favorite topic, a senior level engineer. What would I expect out of a senior level category engineer, right? So who are senior engineers? They are mid-level engineers with a leadership quality. Who does the leadership skills, who does the whole leadership thing, the think through of a process and stuff. And in these cases, in senior cases, edge cases are not edge cases anymore. So what I mean is, for you, it might be edge case. Okay, if they enter a number, no, but in a senior use case, they have to know that they might enter a number, because this is what distinguishes themselves from a mid-level to a senior level. So that's what I would put in that way, right? That edge cases are not edge cases for them anymore. So this is sort of the last aspects, but okay, what would a senior engineer do as an Android engineer, right? You just don't know Android components, you know and understand the Android ecosystem completely. This is very important. When I say you have to know about the Android ecosystem, it's more about understanding the whole nuances of working with multiple OEMs, multiple devices and stuff. Then you have to always keep a look on debugging and performances, because when you build an application, it's for 12,000 devices. So you need to understand that the performance has to be best among all. It can be an Android KitKat or Android Oreo or something else, right? You have to build it for the best use case. And if there is an error, you need to know how to debug it. So this is not something which mid-level might do. They might do, it's a good thing. But with senior roles, it has to be expected out of you. Now, with an architectural setup, a senior folk has to design an architecture which is robust and scalable at the same time. Because now that's a role they have to perform as well. Because if you are building a new feature, you should be dead sure that, okay, this architecture can work across if even a million users comes in, or the ecosystem is very testable. A very keen eye on KPIs, key performance indexes. So that comes in the Play console. You need to keep an eye on that. And the reason why I say this, because there might be a performance lag. There might be a lot of crashes coming in. There might be a lot of bugs which you might have introduced. So you need to keep an eye on that so that at least few people know that what's going on and around in your Android application, and you can solve it ASAP rather than a lot of users getting impact. Understand the optimization at core, because the reason what I say is you can build something for anyone, but you need to understand that optimization is very important. So what I mean by this, a user who has an unlimited Wi-Fi internet is not same to a user who has a 2G internet. But you need to build an application or a solution which is optimized at core that works seamlessly for a 2G user as well as a Wi-Fi user. And basically, overall, everything you have worked on, you should know by dead end. And all of these impacts how a senior developer is evaluated in Android engineering, right? So that's something you know. I think that's pretty much it. And thank you so much for having me here. This was relatively a quite short one. So if you have questions, I'm up for it. Thank you.
Yeah, so it was really an amazing session. So basically, like, let's wait for more 5 to 10 minutes. Like, folks would have some questions, and if they drop out some questions, we can have that, or else we will end this session here.
Sure, Pulkit, thanks.
We have one question from Shantam, I guess. So it would be great if you can just take the point.
Shantam, it can be anything, right? I would not say any one particular thing can be difficult. You can say managing different operating systems is difficult. Maybe managing a lot of libraries coming up, deprecation happening, that can be difficult. Maybe having 12,000 devices can be difficult. It can be anything. It does depend what application is more difficult to adopt to. So if I have to put in that way, maybe our application has been built 10 years back. We need to adapt to the latest technology, but we can't because our application is not up to a mark. So that's one of the difficult things. For me, the specific difficulty come up as sometimes keeping up to the new things coming up in our application. So yeah.
Yeah, awesome. I guess it helps you out, Shantam. And one more question from you.
Sure. Anything would you suggest for upcoming Android developers? I would say not a suggestion, just a request that whatever you do, just do it with the whole core that you want to do it. Right? Just don't do it because it fascinates you right now, but because if you select something, that would break your career kind of thing, right? So just pick it up, dive into it, build something amazing, keep building up, learning, and keep following stuff which is happening around you, and that would build your society and your career the whole way you want to shape it, right? So just an example, if I have to put in this, if you're a student who is in engineering right now, more or less, you have 1,200 days, 4 years of engineering. Even if you put 500 days into learning something in Android, you would just understand how much you can learn in Android. So just don't learn all the latest stuff. Also learn which is being there for 10 years, right? Like XML. Just don't jump to Compose because at some point you would need to understand why would you need to do it. So it's a good thing to have from an older part to a newer part. So it would give an idea of both.
Yeah, all right. I hope it helps you. Yeah. So now let's wait for some more time, and then let's see if we have some more questions. All right then, like it looks like folks have no more questions, and like we
Yep.
can end it up here, right?
Sure.
So thank you so much for having us. Let me just do we have one more question?
I'm just checking.
Yeah. So yeah, we have got one more question from Ashutosh. So if you want to check it out.
That's a PWA kind of a thing, a shortcut which you can create. So I don't think so. Like, I think you can add it as a web view, definitely sure, but I'm not sure if you can host someone else's product. I have to see, but I don't think so you can do it. A big way of saying is I don't think, frankly, but that's not an app, but that's more of a shortcut which you have.
Yeah, all right. I guess that's all, and like we can end it up here. So thank you so much,
Sure.
sir, for having us, like joining us here, and yeah, see you soon.
Yep. Thank you so much, Pulkit, and great work, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. So hey, folks, it's basically like we ended up with one more session today, and like we'll have some more right now. So we have one a folk who will be joining us in right now. He is somewhat like a Santa, and he would be giving us some of these surprises to you all. So let us have Shantam here. Hey Shantam, I hope like I'm audible to you.
Hey, Pulkit, I hope I'm audible to others.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you are.
Good, let me switch on the
So-
camera also. Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all, thanks for having me. And so basically, my name though rhyme with Santa, it's Shantam and Santa. So it's
Yeah.
kind of the same. So first of all, a quick intro about myself. I am an upcoming engineer at Accenture. Other than this, I have 7 months of experience in working with AWS and Android development. And I have won some hackathons and some awards also. And I was also awarded a position of Alexa Student Influencer by Amazon last year. So let's talk about a small giveaway type of competition basically. So it's a small competition, and I will be sharing you all with. Let me share my screen first. Pulkit, can you add my screen?
Yeah, sure.
1 minute. 1
Just
minute.
start once, then I will add it.
1 minute. Cool. No, please. I
Basically,
hope.
let's do one thing. Let's wait for more 5 minutes, and then we can start with this. Like more folks
Cool.
would be joining us in, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome. So even let me announce it on our socials, and then we can go on.
Cool. Till then, I will be sharing you this link. Okay.
Yeah,
So
sure.
please check the private chat. Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Cool. So you can ping it out
All right.
till then.
Yeah, I will do so. Yeah.
So let's wait. As others have joined, we'll start. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Cool.
So basically, like we'll start within almost 4 minutes, and then yep. So just a second. Let me announce it on our socials, and then we are good to go.
Yeah, no, take your time.
Mhm. So one more stuff in between. It's like we'll start once we have more than 10 folks right now. And one thing is like even if you share all the experiences on all on your socials, we'll check that out, and maybe through that you may get something great. And basically like it's something more on what great stuffs you all would be doing, right? So basically, let's start once we have got more than 10 folks joining us in. So try to share it as much as possible so that we can start with it, right? And even I have shared the LinkedIn's Himanshu sir's LinkedIn. So if you want to connect with him, you can go on there and like connect with him and discuss more on about Android and all.
Cool. So I can start, right?
Yeah, just a minute.
Okay.
All right, so let's see if more folks are joining us. Yeah, so guys, speed up. It's like we are waiting for you all, right? So try to speed up. At the starting, we had more folks. Yeah, so basically the giveaway would be for everyone, not like for the folks who are in our team or not are in team and etc. Basically, it's for everyone. The best would be the winner, and else is up to our Santa. So yeah, let's see. And I guess we can start. Like we can start, and folks would be joining us in. All right.
Okay. So hey, I am again. So I shared a small link to a Google form basically. So this Google form has some basic tasks. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to go, and it's like basically a small scavenger hunt. that we must have played in childhood or something. That the teachers used to hide some things in the whole room, and they used to say, "Go and find it out." Okay, so it's similar to it. I have given you some tasks that available around your society. Example, get a picture of blue mask, okay, blue face mask or red face mask, or get a picture of lunch or last thing you eat, or get the picture of one thing that you cannot live without. Okay, so you have to just go on and click a photo of those things and put it out in this Google form. Okay, and we will select around I think one or two, or I think we can go with three lucky winners from the whole Google form, who is uh, you can say whose pictures will be more creative, who will be able to complete maximum of the task. And let's keep this deadline till let's say 4 p.m. Okay, let's keep the form deadline till 4 p.m. As we will be able to have an amount of pictures, so it will be great. So this is a small getaway event type, and basic point of view of this event is so that you all can have some fun. Okay, so Pulkit, if you can add my screen, I will explain the Google Form once. For anyone's permitting. It's on sharing only. My screen
Yes,
is on
sure.
sharing.
Yes, sure. I will add.
Okay, so as you can see, this is a virtual scavenger hunt for IO Extend. So in this, you need to give in your name, your email ID, then you need to upload pictures. It's similar, like it's easy to do task. You need to have a picture of blue face mask, then post a picture tagging on Twitter, tagging programming universal group and developer student community, saying why you love Google IO Extend, picture of a red face mask, view from your window, your workplace at desk, your lunch, favorite book, you can say a coffee mug or tea mug, pet animal selfie, something you cannot live without, last thing you ate. So I think these are some like similar tasks, and or you can say like a good task that you guys can take care of. And as I explained you the winning criteria, you need to have the most creative images will win, and the most creative person will receive something from our side. So I hope you guys will have fun with this task. And I think we will also have one more giveaway task. That task is a bit more, you can say, funnier type of task, and you will enjoy that task also. So let's see how what type of images we get. And result timing is I think 7 or 7:30. If I'm correct, Pulkit, it's 7:30 ish, like after 7.
Yeah, it's around 8 p.m. IST.
Basically 8. Cool.
Yeah.
So let's see how people will react and what type of images we'll get. Cool. So it's my first time, and second time also I will be coming, and we will see some giveaways. So any questions from the audience related to the Google form or any submission things or something? Hey Karthikeyan. Hey. So
Hey all, hey, hi Shantanu.
Hey.
How are you?
Ah, nice. So any other questions? Anyone related to the Google form or
So
task
yep,
submission?
and I think so not.
Okay, so basically no questions, no issues. If you have any issues, do ping it in this comment box, and I will look into it. Okay. So till then, enjoy and let's see what type of images or what type of creativity you guys do create. So have fun, guys, and I hope you all are enjoying the show. Cool. So I think Pulkit, you can take it from this from now. Wait, or Karthikeyan, you can. I don't know who's taking it. Okay. Okay, guys. So I will be handing over the stage to you guys back. So enjoy. Thanks for guys. Bye.
Yep. Um, just a second. We have got one question. So yeah, Shantam, it would be great if you can take
like
that
a
away.
selfie tag, you need to just upload a photo. Okay, so it's in pet selfie, you have to upload selfie or photo. Yeah, it's basically the same. You just need to upload your selfie. So you can say that it's a change. Okay, it's like a wording change, but in the whole, when we people don't used to call it selfie, we used to call it a photo only. So you can say you need to upload a photo. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Oh, I hope that helps you all. So yeah, let's see now. And basically, now we have three of the folks from our team. That is me, Kartike, and Aditi here. So it would be great if you all can just share your experience on how all these stuffs were gone, and like how we came up with all these stuffs, like something like behind the scenes and all. So first, let's start with one of our organizer, that is Kartike. So yeah, hey Kartike, I hope I'm audible to you.
Yep. Yep. So hey folks, those who
Yeah.
yeah. Let me know I'm audible. Like is my voice is audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
you
audible.
are.
Okay, great. So hey folks, thanks for joining this amazing conference. I think so you have a like a tight must share session from us different end from TFJS to Android, from Angular to many and like I am coming with more session coming up with next. You can say on that end, and it's totally hands on. The you'll totally loved it on that end. So yeah, the conference that we are thought of because we want to give you can say and specifically on the how the updates are coming for specifically Google products and how Google products like many people those who are developers specifically many frameworks that is designed by Google are used most of the you can say billions of people right now in a developer and we are saying on that end and yeah they and like yeah let's do this some work on that and I hope so you are doing amazing and yeah for giveaways please folks take a screenshot do tag us developers in community PUG and also if you want you can tag us also Pulkit Aditi and me for if you like we just wanted to say that we are sharing this conference with
And maybe Pulkit is having network issue.
yeah there's I think so there's network issue from Pulkit yeah and those who are
Hmm.
seeing us if you want to share anything else regarding like which session you loved it totally just share in the comments and we try to drag on our banner specifically so yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Proteins can be classified.
Yeah, so let's wait for some time and uh, all the people just a reminder, make sure to submit your all the stuffs at this link that we have
That's
shown up here
awesome. That's awesome,
or for
Harsha. Like, yeah, and coming with another session. So I hope so you loved it that too. And do fill out the form for the giveaways. Like the I think so the banner is on the stream. You can check that out. Yep.
yeah, awesome. And basically just a reminder, please make sure to submit all the stuff at this URL that we have shown up, so that you can get some of the giveaways from us and basically our Santa. So yeah, let's wait till that time. And yeah, like we can have a small break right now. It seems like people may get bored after having such long term events and all, right? So let's have a small break in between, so that all the peeps can have some uh, rest and all. So yes, and yeah.
Yeah, mainly for those folks who are taking a long time after a session specifically, you can take rest about maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and we are back again with you can say my session only with Shivay Lamba on that end, and that's totally hands-on, so you will totally loved it. And yep.
Hey everyone. So basically, like we'll be starting from almost 2 to 3 minutes right now. So just a second. Let's wait for one of our speakers to join us in, and then we can start.
Yep. Until then, those who didn't know about anything about TensorFlow, TensorFlow.js, to write down in the comment section. I love to see that. And that's totally, I will try, if time permits me, I try to more on hands-on, specifically on the backend script morely. But if the time did not permit, don't take tension. I try to explain the first of all the whole code what I'm doing in hands-on if I'm not able to do so. Everything is fine. And also I try to put in the GitHub, so you can check that out. I've shared the link with you all, in which where the slides and all the code is there, so you can check that out. I will share that in the end, so that you know what I'm going to do right now. So yeah.
Yeah, all right.
And if possible,
just a
write
reminder,
down
we have. Yeah, continue.
No. I'm just saying, like, just write down in the comment section those who are seeing us Google I/O extended OP in the chat. That's totally mandatory, folks. And yeah, do that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. And basically, like, just a reminder, make sure to like submit all the stuffs at the link provided below, so that you can get some of the swags and all from our Santa. All right. So, yep. And let's see now. Let's wait for Shiva to join us in. Hey everyone. So, thank you so much for joining us in right now, and we would love to like see you all sharing your experiences on and all right now on your socials, and you can just tag at their pu groups and at their devs to come for like basically tagging our both of the main collaboration communities, and through that even maybe possible you may get some surprises from our Santa and all. So let me just add this screen to our basically for getting started with our session. And basically, Karthikeya, you can start after almost 1 to 2 minutes, since we are currently waiting for Shiva also to
Yeah,
join
sure.
us in. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. No issue on that. I will just take a 1 minute so that everyone can join. Please, folks, if possible, try to share this in your socials. That's totally hands-on. I will try to make sure to complete as on, so that you can get a better understanding of TensorFlow.js specifically. And thank Anshuman, aka Aminos. Thank you for that. And yeah, I'm just waiting for 1 to 2 minutes. Try to share as possible, folks, and we will try to do some awesome stuff in TensorFlow.js. Yeah.
Yeah, your
And
power
also for the,
shows
as a,
up.
you can say as a no, I am just saying, I just try to or you can say my camera will be off as I use my own. I created a like a webcam container in my, you can say, in my JavaScript. So that's why I will try to switch off the camera till the session ended. I will like open it, and till then, yeah, you can just see me as a photo. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. So let me just pin Shiva once, and then you can even start, since it's basically like, I guess first you will be starting, right, and then Shiva. So
Yeah, I will be there in this. Like, I take the whole session. Like, Shiva is there. If is there any doubt regarding anything, those who didn't understand any code base kind of thing, so he's here to solve that query in the specific in comment section, so that I can go with the whole session kind of thing. So it's, you can say, I can take over on that. But yeah, I think so. Till then, Shiva is joining. Let's get started with it. And yeah, those who didn't know me, I'm Karthikeya Rawat, and as I already tell you, I'm a founder at Developer Student Community. I'm also a GSUC student in this year, and a developer advocate of TensorFlow.js. And yeah, and Shiva, like till Shiva is coming, I just give a small intro of Shiva. Like, he is also one of my he's one of my mentor at Google Summer of Code, who helped me a lot to understand the whole code base, and you can say contribution, and you can say on that end. And yeah, let's get started. So first of all, just try to be take a screenshot out of it on you. This totally depends on you. So because I just totally go through a CodeLab of particular thing, and the whole blog is there in CodeBlocks. You can check that out. And yeah, till then, just take a screenshot, open this. So yeah, and search TensorFlow.js there. So you will get make a smart camera in JavaScript with TensorFlow pre-trained. So it is just kind of a it's just like a blog, you can say. So if you want to refer, you can refer that too. That's also cool on that end. And yeah, so how it we began kind of thing. So it's like a thing. So what we will make in this workshop specifically. So the normal thing is how to detect object detection by using some line of code. You didn't have to train whole model kind of thing, kind of stuff you can see on that end. Okay, so let's deep dive into it. So with a little bit of creativity, obviously, because the whole TensorFlow.js has a core belief of like, if you are creative and you can do amazing stuff around there and here. Yeah. So, yep. So what the specifically, so we use this knowledge to bring any creative idea to the life, like this a pad cam for when you are out kind of thing. So you can check that. So it's also deployed, or you can say it's there in the TensorFlow.js demos. You can check that out. Also now, if you heard about the lightning talk from Shiva about the task API, now you can integrate TFJS into TensorFlow Lite. That is another framework for those who want to specifically work with the mobile and how I can deploy machine learning model in the mobile, or you can say small devices specifically, or you can say the Raspberry Pi stuff, or you can say IoT stuff. You can say on that end. So here's the task API, and if I'm just comparing TensorFlow.js with other framework, it's like the NPM, we can say the CDN that we hit is so much, like in about 2 to 3 years, we hit so largely. And yeah, you can say TensorFlow.js is like a very, very updated repo, specifically if you're going through on that end. So let's get started. So before you begin, what I will begin and what our target and what you will learn from these whole session, you can say. So first of all, you can build a normal web page, as you know. Use machine learning in browser via TensorFlow.js to classify common object using, like I'm using Coco SSD model here. Like it is a very basic model. You can check that out. Also, if you want to contribute in TensorFlow.js specifically, there's a TensorFlow.js model repo also. If you want, you can contribute in models also, and you can understand the whole architecture out of it. And what will you learn from these total, you can say session, title session, is how to load pre-trained TensorFlow.js model, how to create a webcam stream, and how to classify the image without able to, you can say, create the whole model, because many pre-trained models are already there in TensorFlow.js to help you out. And if you're not like a machine learning guy totally who want to create the model, but you are the guy, or you are in folk who want to use machine learning but didn't have a knowledge, you can use it, because all that models are already there in the TensorFlow.js model repo, or TensorFlow.js repo specifically. So yeah, and I think so Shiva is also joined. Hi Shiva, how are you?
Yeah, hi. I'm doing well, Karthikeya. Thank you so much. And
okay, so
hope everyone is able to learn something. Yeah, I hope everyone is able to learn something from today's session.
Yeah,
and Karthikeya, yeah, we can probably proceed.
Sure. Okay, so now the question is arise, what is TensorFlow.js? Also, those who didn't join lightning talk of Shiva in the morning, I can say I will try to bring out more on the what is TensorFlow.js specifically, and how task API is get an updated version, and how you are using here right now as a like a normal update, you can say. So what is TensorFlow.js? It's an open source machine learning library that runs anywhere in JavaScript. And yeah, JavaScript developers, web developers are, it is a like you can say a friend for you as in machine learning specifically. Those who didn't know much about machine learning specifically. Yep. So what the basically TensorFlow.js works. So you can run pre-existing model. You can say retrain existing model, or write the model in JavaScript that you can say train from the scratch also, or you can say use with transfer learning also. So yep. Now just giving you a brief idea about TF.js specifically. Like if we are taking about the browsers like Chrome, it supports Node.js as always in the server, mobile, and in the React Native. and PWA, you can say. Those who didn't know about PWA is like progressive web application, and that's totally awesome. In the future, you can see you can use it. That's say. And desktop, you can see Electron framework that we are using, and the IoT specifically Raspberry Pi. I already tell you the Taskapa is working on the TF Lite and TFJS in the, you can say, simultaneously working. So we are coming with a great updates in TensorFlow.js specifically. So yep. So client side superpower. So you're in machine learning browser. The client side means basically client side means that what we are seeing as a, you can say, those who are seeing browser specifically. So we got high privacy, lower latency, reach and scale of the web. So lower latency here is a great player if you want to work on the augmented reality stuff using TensorFlow.js. So due to lower latency, your encapsulation will become a higher end. So you can say the flow will become a very streamlined, you can say. Okay. So yep. And you can say reach and scale of the web, lowering the server cost. As always, like we are trying to build out on that end. So how the whole work model. So like there is 3 layers. First of all, the model layer API, and core ops or API, that is a main core. So how it's work. So there is one end that is browser, or you can say PWA. The customers or those who are seeing the web page, they are the, you can say, client side backend, you can say. And in the client side backend, there is mostly 3 CPU, WebGL, WASM, and the other are like Node.js is also added recently. And the whole point of view to increase the you can say specifically working on the how we can improve the part in the running, you can say specifically machine learning models. And second is server, that we are as a TensorFlow developer, you can say, those who are contributing to TensorFlow specifically. So backend is totally on the Node.js, but now we are working on specifically on the WASM that we are working in the GSOP period also. And yeah, so pre-trained model. Now the question arises. So what are the pre-trained model that is existed in the, you can say, machine in the TensorFlow.js? That is when we're talking about the vision API, image classification, object detection, human body segmentation, pose estimation, face landmark detection, and hand pose net. Recently, we also added about the MoveNet, and that's the totally a great. You can say those who didn't see the, you can say, the lightning talk by Shiva. He also tell about the MoveNet also specifically how MoveNet is using like the accuracy of the MoveNet as like a completely on the next level when we comparing with the other, you can say, model for the text toxicity, sentence encoding, BERT Q&A, conversational intent detections, for speech sound recognition, and other like KNN classifier, and many more. You can check that out in the TensorFlow.org/js/models link. So pre-made benefits. So need to gather training data yourself. Rapid prototyping with lower cost. You didn't have to, you can say, deploy every model. It's all open source and you can use it for your research work specifically. Easy to use and good documentation. As if you see, the documentation is pretty good, so you can follow that. Or also the link that you can say, I share the blog link also. I will try to share that blog link in the you can say in the last minute of the session, so that you can check that out. And transfer learning for some models, yeah, as usual. So what is Coco SSD? So when we're talking about simply put, it's like you can say it's like a model specifically for object detection specifically. And yeah, during this whole session we are trying to focus on that because I'm using that model specifically. So trained on Coco, that is common object in context data set. And also if you want to gather around more on the Coco SSD specifically, I will share the link with you all so that you can check. So let's get started. So if you want, you can set up in the git.com, but I will try to work on my whole, you can say, VS Code system or Atom specifically, so that you can directly make sure to understand the whole work architecture out of it, why I'm building and why I'm using this function to use that. Okay. So yeah, let's deep dive into the next one. So yeah, you can log in and sign up, but as I know, like most of the people, if you are like free, if you're not like habituated to VS Code or Atom, you can say code editor, you can switch into this. It's an online editor, it's totally awesome. And yeah, so let's populate the small basic HTML skeleton. Also I made some small HTML skeleton, so copy code over index.html. Okay. So here what I'm doing is a normal basic structure of like a HTML, like create I'm using HTML5 as always, and giving a title and metadata is some like, and I have to, why I'm linking style sheet, because I'm just doing some obviously some CSS part over there so that it looks pretty, not pretty good. I'm very bad in CSS, I'm saying on that end, but I try to make as much as possible good on that end. Okay. So let's focus on this part it's not very important, but it's you can say core part of any important part of it. So what I'm creating a section where the whole webcam will be presented. Make a small paragraph, hold some object up to close to your webcam to get a real-time classification. And what I'm doing here, I'm creating first is creating an ID that is live view and class cam view. Because in the web stream, what we are saying, like we are creating you can say a box kind of thing. You can say like here you can see it's a width about 640 and height is 480. So about you can say 4:3 ratio you can say on that end. And I'm after creating that whole box, I'm just putting the stream over there. That is the web stream that I will see, that you will see in you can say live interaction demo. Okay. So now some adding the script of CDN of like that's a powerful beauty of you can say TensorFlow.js. You didn't have to install anything. You can use CDN. If just you have to connect it with your internet to get access out of everything, and just have to tag you can say add script.js. Okay, so that's a pretty much good thing. Just take the you can say TensorFlow mod. You have to use two CDN. That is, first one is TFJS and second one is TensorFlow model Cocoa SSD. As you're seeing here, let me give you some pointer kind of thing so that you can. So yeah, so here it is the Cocoa SSD and the TFJS. That's the whole main thing. So yep, let's do into the next stuff. Okay. So when I create this, so I got this kind of thing, multiple object detection using pre-trained model in Tensor. So I will get just a kind of simple kind of thing. Okay. Now adding style, style.css. So I have to make this so just simple as it is, like what the CSS that we have to do, just to like change the color to the in the H1 that is created in head one. So that's the total CSS part. I will show in the hands-on part, so you can get easily everything else. And yep, creating a JavaScript. Now the main important part comes here, folks. Until then, if you have any doubt, you can ping down in the comment section. I will see to that. And yep, so let's dive into it. So what I'm doing here, I'm creating the objects for everything. So as you see, the webcam, live view, demos, these are all the you can say that because we are working with the DOM specifically. So that's the whole part of it you can see on that end. Okay. So here what I'm doing, I'm creating 4 objects. That is one for video, second for live stream specifically, that is the live view. So what we are doing here in the live view, we are containing as a container, that is box that I told you. And in the video, we are creating a stream, specifically web stream for the video, though like the picture that I'm seeing in the live, and the demo section, and you can say, and enable the webcam button. Why I'm added this one? Because I have to just want to give the access those. If I enable the webcam, that only I can able to see myself specifically. Okay. Now the main thing. So function, now the function that I'm using here, as you see here specifically. So this function is to check like you want to give access or not for the webcam specifically, to get user media support and return this like media device, or media device don't get user media. That's the whole this is the whole thing you can easily understand out of it. And just pass the pass this, like if it will be true, it click and enable the camera. Otherwise it will not, like user media is not supported by your browser because you didn't give access to it. Now the main important part, placeholder function for the next step. Now I'm creating the function to enable the cam. Here I give the access, but how to open this cam. So next thing is here, how to open this cam. Like if model is not equal, then return like only continue if the Cocoa SSD has finished loading. Because it's not like that I already trained the Cocoa SSD for my model, but it takes time from there. You can see in the Google Cloud or in the specifically on the cloud side. And after loading that, it returned, because we know we are using, because it's like a async function specifically, and the whole process going on. So it's totally depend on that end. And we need to hide the button once clicked, so you can easily use that. I didn't able to use that, but yeah, I will try to bring out on that end. And yeah, I'm just creating a you can say for those who want to get a video feeds true specifically. So I'm using that specifically, you can say on that end. Okay. And navigate.media device, as always, like what I'm doing here, I'm just creating an passing an object by using, if you know about the OOPS concept, you will get it right easily to equate that with the stream that I'm passing here, as always. And you can also use, you can say unscript of 6 specifically on the, you can say arrow function also you can use there. And yeah, now here we activate the webcam stream specifically. Okay, now for predict the webcam, here we came into the main part, how I can predict the model, and what the concept, like the main concept bring out here. So this is the main, you can see the stream that you will got into the when you get started with it, everything. And yeah, like it's totally an index.html. I didn't able to add nothing else like in any JavaScript specifically to work on the machine learning model specifically here. And the next part is now use TensorFlow.js machine learning model. That's now the main topic is came into play, folks, and this is really important. I hope so you understand the main thing. So yep. So what I'm doing here, I'm creating another, you can say a variable model which is undefined for now. You can also use equate to true, because if you want to access all the model every time. So yeah. And now you have to take like a Cocoa SSD. Like I'm creating the object before we can use Cocoa SSD class. We must wait for it to finish loading, so that only this function only take place in the space specifically part. CocoaSSD.load, then function. That's the totally JavaScript, and I think so hope you understand on that end, because I'm just trying to loading that model into my function specifically because it's an async function. Okay. Now creating the children, like children specifically the object that we am taking here, I'm predicting the function on that end. And now for remove any highlighting, we need a previous frame. So what we have to check what are the live view, remove the child from specifically if they are remaining. If I started earlier, it takes the object or tensor specifically. So I have to remove that one. That's you can say there is a possibility of memory leakage, you can say on that end. And the bounding boxes is about the height and width, and taking, as I always said, like 480 and 640 specifically. And now the main concept here. So what I'm doing here, I'm taking an n specifically for live view, which is starting from 0, and prediction.length. Now the prediction here, like I will from my model that I got, because there's a parameter of the prediction in the specifically in the Cocoa SSD. If you see the documentation, you can check that easily. And just what you have to do, prediction of n dot score is if it is greater than 0.66, then your document.create element, because if the prediction is not greater, then it's totally failing. Actually, the model is totally failing on that end. So what we are doing here, there's a DOM specifically thing, like p is equal to document.create element, which is taking the paragraph point and taking the .inner text and equating to with the prediction specifically that you are saying. And what I'm doing here, I think so if you do get a doubt here the thing is that I'm just taking the prediction out of it. Why I'm taking because prediction can be you can say in decimal points, but I want in a percent point, and converting into the, you can specifically in the float and math.round as I always, because we are totally taking on the round, and you can say specifically say on that end, folks. Okay. And now another for the piece, because it is just for the confidence, because that's why I'm just taking a percent confidence dot, because I want to take on that end. And after that, what I'm doing here, p.style equal to margin left, because it's totally the that what I'm taking the box and what the, you can say, feed I got into my stream specifically. Okay. Now the thing is that what I have to access, I am accessing the highlighter specifically for div. That's the total, you can say my whole you can say tag I'm using. It's another DOM thing only. Those who didn't know about DOM, that we are pretty difficult for that, but yeah, you can go through on that end. And what I'm doing, I'm just predicting the box 1, 2, 3, like width, height, and normal pixel, you can say, and just returning that live view with the I'm just appending that into the array that I created, like the let children you have already seen. And after that, after this call function again to keep predicting the browser is ready, so window.request animation frame, it will try to predict the webcam on that end, and it works. Now I tried in, you can say, in earlier months, so it's just like that on, but I will try to bring on the next. So first of all, let me share my screen specifically for give me a moment, so that let me share my whole screen. That will be better, so that you can get a better understanding out of it. Just give me a moment. Yeah, entire screen. Okay. Let me know I am visible or not, like my screen is visible or not. Let me know on that end. Pulkit, if you want, you can add. Pulkit, if possible, can you add the stream, add the screen share of mine in the stream? Like I will try to bring on the hands-on stuff specifically. Okay, great. Thank you. And let me. So let's go on the specifically on the I'm just doing with the Scratch part. And yeah, I already created a HTML and .css file. I'm just working on the specifically on the .js specifically. So yeah, sorry. So let me clear you. I just only created index.html and style.css specifically. So let's code. Let's open the VS Code specifically here. Yeah. So that bit clear with you all, everyone. And yeah, it takes time, folks. Yeah. It takes time from my end because my browser maybe it takes too much time. Yep, it's opening. And yep. Okay, so let me again go through the what I'm created or what the index.html is working here kind of thing. First of all, let me hide this one. That will be better. Okay. So what I'm doing as usual, I'm just what I'm saying, I specifically created, you can say a HTML tag here and style sheet specifically style.css, as you all know. And the whole thing, what I'm doing, the main thing, what I'm doing here specifically, the main thing that what we are here to check the live stream. For live stream, created this. And yep, give me a moment, folks. Yep. Okay, so this is what I'm doing here. I'm just creating this part as a it is like a previous one to get the knowledge of out of it everything. And I just added the script.js again in predominantly. So let's add one file. And then we call this as a specifically the script.js. Okay, sorry. Yep. So that's better. Yep. So till then, let's first of all, let me run before going to the, you can say script.js. I'm trying to run this on the, you can say specifically on that end until it's opening. Let's. Yep, give me a moment, folks. Yep. Let me see. And yep.
I think Karthik, you can zoom in.
Let me open it. Yeah, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. And localhost. Just give me a moment. Yep, it's opening. So yeah, as you see here, it's the, you can see it's the this thing. It's only loading and nothing else. What I'm doing here, and yep. So that everyone is clear, and try to work on this specifically on the console as already it's there. So yep. So yeah, let me zoom in for specifically here. Just give me a moment. Is it visible, Shiva, now? Let me know. And make it big. Yep, that's, I think so. That will be fine. And yeah. So let's get started. I hope so it's visible. And yeah, let's get started. So what I'm creating here, I'm just creating a web, you can say specifically a demo section that I created for you all, specifically for you all. So that is, you can say demo section, or taking a variable and taking the specifically the document specifically, you can say the DOM part that what we are seeing, get element by ID. And what we are passing, actually I'm using GitHub Copilot, so it's directly taking me the what I want to take here. So it's yeah, as always you can see, because I'm using the GitHub Copilot, so it's a bit easier for us. Okay, so for now, okay, so let me clear you on that and why I'm using specifically what I'm using specifically. So yeah, as you hear, I'm just taking this part specifically, the section ID here. And because it's taking the whole part, because this part also, that's why I'm taking section ID specifically. And yeah, let's create a variable for model specifically. I'm taking it undefined for now. Yep. So because we didn't know what it will run specifically. And yeah, Now, before we can use, as I already said, before we can use Coco SSD class, we must wait for it to finish loading, because it work on the, you can say, on the client side specifically. So let's get started with the Coco SSD specifically. Coco SSD dot load. Okay. Now, yeah. So that dot, now I'm using the then, because it's why I'm using then here, it's a simple concept. As I know, it's an async function, and we want to try to make on async function specifically, you can see on that end. That's why I'm using. And load model specifically, that sorry, load model. And yep. So that will be better, I think so. Yeah. Now, give me a moment. So that will be battle elimination. Yeah. So let's create a model equal to loaded model. Okay. Now what I'm doing here, I'm just, as I already tell you about the demo section specifically. Yep. Demo section dot class list. As you know, you can use. And dot, I have to remove the label specifically, because there is a created, I want the invisible one, because I invisible that part before using that. So remove what I'm applying is invisible. Okay, cool. Yeah, I hope so. It's somewhat fine. And yeah, let's close this. Okay, so I created now I loaded the model, and that totally working on the, you can see, cloud and specifically. And yeah, now we have to grab a bunch of images from the pages, or we classify them upon clicking. So in this demo, what we will, or like I have put all over on clickable image in the divs, or with CSS class, you can say classify on click. Those who didn't know, let's check on the, you can specifically on the style.css. So you will get everything what I'm doing here specifically. So like yep, so as I told you, like I use the classifiable on the classify on click. And why it is so, let's go to the index.html file specifically. So like what I'm doing here specifically, because I have to classify the whole thing, because like I created div class for that only specifically. So yeah, as usual, that whole scenario you can say on that end. Now let's create another variable specifically for the, you can say, image container, because I have to contain the image specifically. So image containers, sorry, containers. Okay, just give me a moment. So that containers. Okay, now as usual, document. Okay, so again I have to just create a document get element by, you can say like I have to like off this, like maybe Copilot. Yep. So so it will be better. Okay. Okay. So document dot get element by ID. Not by ID. And what I'm saying, by class name, because I created the class name specifically. So by the class name. And what I'm passing here, as I already show you the tag that is classify on click. Okay. Now let's go through all of these and add a click event listener. Now I have to also, as I already created specifically a button, so I already want to create that thing also. So let's go for the, you can say, yeah, let's create a loop specifically, so that because it's totally a stream kind of thing. Image is another thing, but you can see on that end. But yeah, why it's taking yeah, let's go. So let's create a let I equal to 0 specifically. And let I is less than image containers. Okay, dot length specifically. What is the length out of it? Okay, and just added I++. Okay, that's better. I thought so. Okay. I want to take an intention properly here. Okay. So what I'm doing here, I'm taking the as an array. Okay. Image container or image container. Sorry. Containers as a I. I'm taking as a parameter I. Okay. Now what I'm doing here, I'm as I already tell, I creating like children. Okay, children, and taking as an initial as a 0 specifically as always. And what I'm doing here, I'm adding the add event listener that is already showable here. So that's what you can say. And but here what I'm doing, I'm not adding as a function right now here specifically. So what I'm doing here specifically, like handle click, that is another function that I will create soon, so that will be better to understand from here. Okay. So now I created specifically the, you can say, the loop specifically for taking the images specifically, want to contain the image as a web stream. That's why I'm using. And now let's work on the function handle click. Yep. So what are we passing here? We are passing is as an event here. Sorry, as a the event. And yep. So going here, we are just taking a model. Okay, we are just taking a model, and I'll just wait a minute, folks. I think so. Okay. Just give me a moment, folks. So what I'm doing here, I'm just adding. Sorry. Okay. Yep. So what I'm doing here, like as I already tell you, I'm creating like a model specifically, and just give me a moment, folks. I think so. There is a like somewhat. Yep. Yeah, as usual, my laptop is okay. So what I'm doing here, so what I'm doing is like I'm just taking a console here, console log, like if the model is not runnable, so like wait for the model specifically, because as I already tell you, it's an async function, and wait for model and model to load, you can say, before clicking. Okay, now it's done. Now let's return nothing, like if it's nothing to work on. Yeah, cool. So first of all, I created a if statement specifically. Now what I'm doing here, I can call the model.classify as many times as we like with different image data specifically, because I'm trying to focus on the loading specifically here. So what I'm doing here, so let's model.detect, sorry, model.detect, and even target specifically, and as always then, and yeah, function. So what I'm doing here, now I'm just passing a parameter prediction. Okay, so why I'm adding prediction here, let me, because the scene is that because the prediction that we got from the, you can say, Coco SD specifically, and that stuff, and as you always we got something from the, you can say, GitHub pilot, but it's not like that. I'm not focusing on that end. So first of all, yeah, just give me a moment, let me remove this part specifically. Okay, so first of all, what I'm doing here, I'm just creating a console to just print the specifically the what are the prediction or the specifically the DOM that I got added on it. And what I'm doing after that, I'm just creating a for loop specifically. Now in the for loop, what I'm doing here, let specifically let n equal to 0. Okay, and n is less than predictions. Okay, dot length as usual. Okay, and creating okay, so yep, here it is. And now what I'm doing, I'm creating again a DOM part document dot get element by id. Sorry, don't not get element by id. Sorry, what I'm doing here, I create. So what I'm doing is specifically to create a specifically element that is p. Okay, so now what I'm doing here specifically, now let's p dot in a text in a HTML as we got something from GitHub Copilot, and now what I'm doing here, like let's prediction and dot not and dot specifically not labeling but just creating a class here right now. And yep, so let's make plus. Okay, and yep, not this one. Okay, so what I'm doing specifically, what I'm doing right now specifically is minus width. Okay, now I'm just adding here again so that it will be better to clear to math dot. Again, what I'm saying you, I'm just taking a round off out of it about the, because all the things in the float specifically. So float, and again the prediction. Okay, the prediction. Okay, the prediction of n dot score. Okay, and just multiplying this with, oh sorry, some bit yeah, I have to create this score into 100.
Karthikeya, just one more thing that I just wanted to point out was that if all of you want to try to go ahead and see how does the structure of the predictions look like, you can simply just go ahead and console log the predictions, and you'll see the object of how it has been created. So if you expand it, you will see that you'll first see the target score. You will see basically the coordinates of your bounding box as well, and that is what we're sort of trying to do over here as well. When we are looking at the predictions n and we are looking at the score and class as well, because all of those things will be there in that object that we get for predictions. That includes the score, that includes the class, the predicted class essentially, and you might have probably like multiple predictions as well. So you want to take the prediction with the highest amount of score.
So let's check once here, like what we just done right now specifically, so that we get something bit about out of it. Okay, let's take a loading out of it. So yeah, till now, like as I already tell you what I'm doing here. Okay, just first of all, let's finish my whole work specifically so that we can get over it, and what I'm doing right now so that we can get a little bit idea out of it. So now let's I created a, you can say, confidence ratio specifically for that. Okay, and yeah, now what I'm doing, adding here like another p dot style specifically, which is equal to, as always, left. Okay, and just adding the, again the same thing, I'm adding the prediction one of n. Okay, and dot pb box, taking is an initial as a 0. Okay, and plus. Okay, now basically the pixel specifically what I'm saying here, and again adding, just taking another thing, and yep, so that it will. Okay, that's because what I'm doing here, like taking a left prediction out of from 0 top, and same thing I will try to like so yep. So as you know what, like the famous thing of the GitHub Copilot, you got what I'm doing here, as I told you, just let me know. So like I am taking the left from the, you can say I'm taking the value, like if I'm going for left at 0 top 1 width 2 height 3 as always. And yep. Now the thing is what we are doing here, like it's okay to width and height specifically, but what I'm doing right now here, it's like, just take a moment folks, that I'm just changing here little bit about out of it, and that is like just taking so what I'm doing here specifically. So when we're taking about let me make if I'm prediction of n dot bb box that is 2 specifically, if I'm taking as like in the initial one also, like if you're talking about the top one, at the prediction of box and plus adding, so what I'm doing here right now, because it's totally the gross of, you can see the pixel. Now what I'm doing here, I'm minus here with 10. Now reason what it's like that, because just give me a moment folks. So like what we are doing, so position at top left of the bounding box, so height is whatever the text take up specifically. So we didn't need to be height, because the height is whatever the text take up only, and the width abstract the text padding in the css, so fit perfectly specifically. So like let me see the, like when we seeing the style.css specifically. Okay, so style.css, what we have to check, just give me a moment. And now when we're talking about specifically on the Clickify, on the, you can see Clickify on the click specifically on the video stream that I'm passing on, the thing is, if you're taking the 3 other stuff, the other like if you're taking the left, top and width, so other one, the height one is already take up as out of it. So that's why I'm taking just taking the all of thing and minus of 10. I'm now what the value, why that minus 10 I'm taking out of it. Now the reason is that because of width, obviously when we are talking about the 10:10 width, or you can say normal pixel out of it, so the normal pixel is 10:10 pixels specifically. That's why I'm minusing this part with the bounding box here specifically. And yeah, now the again stuff is, now I'm creating a variable for highlighter to like basically to highlight highlighter specifically. And as always, document that get element by id div as always. Okay, now what I'm doing here, now I'm creating a highlighter. And now what I'm doing here, I'm just setting the attribute, set attribute of the class specifically, and the highlighter. Okay, cool. I think so. I hope so. You are able to understand this one. Okay. Now what I'm doing here right now, now I am adding the style with the, as I already said, left, top, width and height specifically. Okay. So what I'm doing here, I'm just adding this, like this is the line highlighter dot style equal to left plus prediction of nb box. And again what I'm doing here, so again what I'm a top prediction plus same with the, you can say the what I'm doing with the width. Okay, specifically. Now thing is that now I have to add one more thing here folks. So like for the previous one, that what I am doing here, we are that the whole thing is out of for the, you can say particular indexing that I'm doing, but now the whole stream I'm taking up as a highlighter, what the, you can say bounding box will be there. So for that, height will be included there as always, like minus 10 also, as always I added there too. So the reason is that only. So now the point is came, I didn't have to minus 10 here specifically because I'm taking the bounding box out of it. Okay, so this is the whole stuff you can see on that end. And now after this let's go for the event, like the event dot target. Okay, sorry, it's not like dot target. Okay, now the parent node, parent. Okay, parent append child and not p, it will be highlighter. Okay, and for again event dot target, again that parent node and append child p. Now I am taking the paragraph because the paragraph containing the whole webcam kind of stream and the highlighter that I want to highlight specifically. Okay, so yep. Now the thing is that I created this one and another Okay, so that the whole function, this function is now ended now, because what I'm doing here, I'm creating, if the model is not loaded till now, so it wait for long, and when the model is loaded now, this thing, the main thing what we are doing specifically here now, thing is, now we have to continuously grab the image from the web stream. Now the thing is, now we have apply the algo, specifically what the normal object detection works. Now we are here to grab some image from the live stream specifically. So what we do here, like, let's create a const video, creating object out. Sorry, what I'm doing here. Okay. So again, document get element by id yd, and const live view. Okay, so live view. Now check if the webcam is supported or not, as I already shared in the, you can say in the slide specifically. I know it, I think so a bit boring, but yeah, that's the whole concept that what we are focusing on here right now. And now I'm just creating a function for test to check whether I got an access from the webcam or not. So for that, what we are creating, like, has get user media. Oh, sorry, what I'm doing here, user media. Okay, so not it's not head, it's get. Yep, I'm just using proper thing, because you will get to understand the whole thing out of it. Okay, so yep. Okay, so now what I'm doing here, I am just returning what I'm returning as a navigator.user media and navigator.webkit user media specifically. Okay, and what I'm specifically doing, or it's not, maybe it's not navigator. Like, I'm using to specifically, let me see, navigator.get user.
Function spelling.
Okay, so okay, I think so I'm doing right. Okay, and yep, so yep, so I think so, just give me a moment. For me, it's okay to use user media, get specifically get, if I'm just taking specifically, like, let me take as a first of all specifically on the media devices, that I think so, because I'm taking as a, okay, and yeah, navigator.media.get user media specifically. It's like same thing only that why. Okay, so now what I'm doing here, now I'm creating a variable children. Okay, for taking the, you can say, whole data out of it. Okay, so I created a variable, or you can say created array specifically, or you can say a list for specifically to keep a reference of all the child element we create, so we can remove them easily on each other specifically. Okay. Now what I'm doing here, if webcam supported, now what I next will do, if webcam supported, then yeah. So specifically working on, I didn't know why it's throwing error. Okay.
You missed like the function spelling is wrong. You have missed an I as well.
Let me check.
So it's a function.
You check
the I in the function.
I in the function.
FUN, like the spelling.
You're saying to you are saying to like share the I in the function.
No, I meant
like I want to pass a parameter.
Letter. You missed the letter I in function, like the keyword function. You wrote FUNCTON.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Shiva, for that. Sorry, folks. There's a drastic. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, I think so. This much is clear now. If webcam supported, so how it will go through. So for that, what I'm using again, like that function, specifically if has the media specifically, and yeah, normal as always. That's the whole thing. Okay, so let's bring out Okay, so what I'm doing here, like let's create a new variable, or specifically for the document get DOM specifically. So let's take name as enable web cam button. That will be better to understand you all. Okay, so let's create again a document dot get element by ID and just passing in enable webcam specifically. Okay. As I already tell you, okay, enable webcam. And now not enable webcam, I think so. I have to check this one. I think so it's maybe webcam button. Let me see. Just give me 2 minutes, folks. Webcam button. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So webcam button, and yeah. I hope so. It's fine, and I hope so. Yeah. So let's now let's enable let's now enable this. So for enable so what I'm doing here, as you see, I'm enabling the webcurtain.add event listener as always. But for the function specifically, when we are talking about enable, enable cam specifically. Okay. Okay, now I created the function, like if I get the access specifically. Okay. Now for that, now again, it's let's take an else specifically for this, and for the else console.log specifically, so that specifically like if it doesn't support specifically, so we can say webcam not supported, and we can write this. Yeah. So now the question, if we enable the live webcam view, and we start the classification specifically. So first of all, like I have to create an enable cam function that I passes here. I can do there also, but it's like it will be good if you to create a new one. Okay, so enable cam as always. You got. Didn't want to do this. Just give me a moment. Okay, so what I'm doing here, like I'm just creating if the model doesn't come till now, like loaded in form of. So what I'm doing here, like as always, console log, wait for the model to load before it yet. Okay, and again just return nothing, return. Okay, now it's the if case happened. Okay, now the event dot target, okay, dot target dot class list dot add removed. Okay, and let's create another okay, and with the specifically on the video will be true. I'm making in a list so that will be better for you all. Okay, after this I have to activate the webcam stream. So for that specifically what I'm doing here, navigator, okay, navigator dot media media devices. Okay, and get user. Okay, I think so we got this. And so basically what I'm doing here, after, because I have to check, like, after activate the webcam stream, so I have to pass the stream specifically. So I'm creating the function is on here only. And what we are doing here, like video dot source object. Okay,
By the way, Karthikeyan, we might be running slightly out of time.
Okay. Okay. Then there is no issue on that. For those who want to see now, just wanted to clear out what I'm doing specifically here, and yeah. So I think so. It's pretty much time on it. Just give me a moment, folks, for that specifically. I already create a pre-demo specifically, you can say, on that end. Just give me a moment. And so that you can understand what I'm doing here specifically. Just give me a moment. I
We can
hope
take
so.
5 more
Yeah,
minutes.
it can be a point. Okay, yeah. Just I have to show the demo kind of thing so that everyone understood. And after that, I will share the whole thing so that just give me a moment. Yep. So let's me just give me. Okay. Cool. Yep. So let's me. Okay, and just give me. I have to check specifically. Okay, cool. So till then it's creating. Just I have to give 2 to 3 minutes, nothing else. And yeah, till then let me present this again so that cool. So let's till then it's loading. Yep. So what I've done here, let me capture you on that end so that everyone that what we created earlier. And yep. So yep. So what I have done here recently, like created a model specifically, we done up to till now here that what we created a concept specifically. So what we are doing, I am creating a activate the webcam stream specifically. And after that, to predict the webcam specifically to what the stream I got, the prediction I got, so I have to pass from in the model specifically. And after that, just in the loop of the production, what I'm doing here right now that I already created earlier, so that you can get easily access out of it. And just after that, you have to request an animation frame to predict the webcam specifically. Okay, so yeah, let's run this specifically so that everyone get insights and what it's like that. Just give me a moment, folks. Till then it's okay. Till then, yep. So what is the recap specifically? What I'm sharing you? Learn the benefits of using TensorFlow or just pre-made model. Created a full working on web page to classify different like creating what I've done right now, creating a HTML skeleton for content, defining the styles for the HTML content, detecting and enabling a webcam stream, load pre-trained TensorFlow.js model, using a loaded model to make continuous classification. There's many type of model you can use, and you can use hashtag made with TFJS to share your learning. And I think so that's the whole thing that we got. Okay. Till then it's loading, and let me, because it takes time from there, and also because to load the whole image maybe. Yep. Okay, so yeah, till then let's end the final recap out of it. And yeah. Yeah, Shivan, what are you saying?
Oh yeah. So I was just saying that what we are trying to showcase from this demo is that it's relatively easy and relatively simple to just get on with machine learning in JavaScript. As you saw from the code base, that within let's say less than 80 lines of JavaScript code, we were able to create this amazing object, this project, right? And of course, in which it can detect what is the class of the object that is being shown in the image. Otherwise, if you were to, let's say, create a Python-based machine learning model, it can easily go over 300, 400 lines of this understanding that. And the best part is, by using this model, pre-built model, you don't need to really know how does object detection, or let's say, for that matter, any kind of other machine learning algorithm work, right? And you can easily just do it by integrating it with your web application. And of course, if you're utilizing some other platform, you can also use that as well.
Yep. And if you want to share something with us, like made with TFJS, try more TensorFlow Code Labs on codelabs.developer.google.com, and you can see here. And thank you. And I hope so. There is something stream endpoint from my end, so it can be possible. Yeah, that's why that can be possibility. So sorry folks for that. And yeah, there is a net, because like I'm taking a 2 streams right now, that can be possible here. And yeah, sorry for taking so much time, like even though like yep, I think so. I think there is no more doubt. I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Because like I take too much time. But yes, Pulkit, if you want to share something, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. It was really an awesome session, and like we can just edit up here right now. And thank you so much, you both, for joining us here. And now we can like get toward our next session. So let me just add it. Yeah. So now we'll be having our next session on getting productive with Angular from one of our speaker, that is Santosh Yadav, and he's one of the GD for Angular. So let me just take him on the stage. Hey sir, you are like on the stage right now.
Hey, Pulkit, hi.
Yeah, so how's going on?
Should I? I'm good. I was just on break, but when you reached out for a talk, I was like, okay, let's do this because I'm back from a break.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. So you can take up the stage and just share your screen and all. I'm just taking up to this.
Okay, let me know if you're able to see it. I think you need to add it. I can see it. But... can you add this screen? Yeah. Okay. Hey everyone. I mean, first of all, thanks a lot for joining us on Saturday. I know weekends are generally pretty hard, but yeah, you are actually here to learn something new. So I'll just give a small introduction about myself because I have to leave by 5 p.m. So I'll try to be a little bit quick. In case you have any questions, of course, you have my social media handle here. You can check. You can go to Twitter, LinkedIn, and send me a DM. Feel free to ask any questions you have, and I'll probably reply on weekdays after Monday. And you can also join me on my channel Tech Talks with Santosh. We will be coming up with some new contents next month. It's already next month, right? It's 31st. Okay, so probably after 2 weeks. So we'll be back with some new contents, probably some live streams, and that's it about. And for this talk, I'm actually going to talk about Angular. As you know, I'm an Angular GD, and apart from that, I'm also GitHub star and Auth0 ambassador. I also write for Angular in depth. Now indepth.dev, and this is learning, and this is Angular. And yeah, let's get started. So okay, so nowadays, right? So whenever you work on any product, so what is most important thing to keep in your mind? Remember, so whenever you are working on a product, the company needs that you should be able to actually release feature fast. It means you have to be productive. So how you can be productive, that's what I'm going to cover here. How Angular can help you, right? So to be productive, how you can actually add features faster and release it in market easily. So first thing first, Angular is actually built keeping productivity in mind. So let's see what actually Angular is. Whenever someone says Angular, right? So this is the logo you see. You see an red color and then A in a white, and you say, okay, this is Angular. But actually, this is not Angular. So if you see, this is Angular. All those icons which you can see, they are the features that comes with Angular. But we never actually try to actually deep down and say, okay, this is also available, this is also available. We always see this is Angular. No, this is not Angular, this is the Angular. And you get a lot of features, and that's what we are going to cover here and see which features can make you more productive. So let's go ahead and get started. So what is included in Angular? So you have built-in module for forms, you have built-in module for routing, you have pre-configured unit testing, you have ability to build tools, you have like support to create PWAs, you have support to create SSR and pre-rendering, you have support for localization and internationalization, you have support for dependency injection, which we will talk about. And then you also have a UI library supported by Angular itself, which is called Angular Material, and many more. So let's see first how to get started, right? So whenever you have to actually create a new application, generally your manager will be like, oh look, we have to do POC, and then we have probably 3-4 days, and then you have to create this, deploy it at some server, and show it to the client. What you do? So in Angular, what you can do is you can just run this set of commands. So first thing is you have to install Angular CLI. So you can say npm install Angular CLI-G, which will install Angular CLI globally. And then you can create a new app by using the CLI itself, which you can run ng-new and your app name, and it will create the application for you. And after that, you actually need to run your application locally and see if it works, right? I mean, that's live reload functionality, which is available with most of the framework nowadays. So what you can do is you can just do ng-serve, and it will just start a local dev server where you can see your changes whenever you make something on your screen, right? And then you have to actually go ahead and create a production build and deploy it. That's the entire process, right? So from creating the application to deploying the application, the entire life cycle. So what you can do is you can just run ng-build -fn prod, which has changed with Angular 12. Now you have to pass -fn configuration equals to production. But yeah, I mean, let's not talk about it because some commands have changed over the years, and now Angular 12 has different commands. And then once the production builds are created, you have to deploy it. So what you can do now, this is a tricky part, right? In other frameworks, you have to actually go ahead and take some server, then deploy it over there. But what if I tell you that you don't have to leave Angular CLI to deploy your application? Yes, it's possible. So Angular CLI supports something called ng-deploy, where they have some integration with some of the providers. For example, you have Azure, AWS, Firebase, Netlify, GitHub Pages. All those things are all actually created by community, and they have integration available. So you can just do ng-deploy, and your application will be deployed on your selected cloud provider. So starting the application to deploying the application, you don't have to leave Angular CLI. What about templates? So whenever you learn about any new front end, the biggest factor is template engine, right? I mean, based on the template engine, you have to actually learn new syntax. If you go to React, you have to learn about JSX. You have to, if you go to Vue, you have like your Vue dot some files, and then different frameworks, right? And then Svelte has some different syntax. But in Angular is just HTML. So you don't have to actually learn about new extra syntax. You can just write your plain HTML. With the introduction of Ivy, when it has become more closer to HTML, you can just use whatever is available in HTML and write your code. So here, there are 3 things which is covered, which is really basic and which is really required. It's how to bind the data, and then how to test the event, because this is what you are going to do mostly whenever you have a web application, right? You are supposed to show some data, or you have to actually take some action. So that's what you have to do. So how you can do that? So here's some example. So you can do it in 2 ways, binding the data. So you can use this double curly brackets, which is known as interpolation syntax, and you can just use any variable name which is available in your TypeScript file, and then it will be displayed. You can also use property binding, which is like HTML way of doing it. Remember, whenever you started writing JavaScript, right? So you do get element by ID dot inner text inner HTML, and then you bind it. What if I tell you that it is not required in Angular? You can just do div and then take the property, whatever property you are supposed to use, and then equals to variable name, all in HTML. You don't have to write any JavaScript. The only thing is you have to make sure that you are using these boxes so your Angular can recognize, okay, this is the property and I have to bind this data. Similarly, for events, you have this, we call it as a banana syntax. So you can use banana syntax and any native HTML events which you are aware of. For example, on click, on double click, on change. So you just need to remove on and then just use the event name. So if you see here, I'm actually using click event, but I'm not using on. So I just removed on using banana syntax equals to function. That's it. So this is how the HTML template looks like. Let's talk about an important feature, because this is really unique, which is available in Angular, which is not available in any other framework. And this is available. This was actually available from day one. If you are from any, or if you have used any backend framework, for example, Java or .NET, you might be aware of dependency injection because it is used widely and extensively. But here in frameworks, front-end frameworks, right, it is not. So, but Angular being a unique framework, it was available from day one. And if I talk about day one, it was available from the Angular JS days, which was actually launched 2009. So dependency injection is where you can use services. I mean, what what those services are. So actually, dependency injection is again another design pattern which is available. So generally, what we do in dependency injection is we do not create an instance of a class directly. So if you are not able to relate it, let me just tell you, for example, if you have class employee, so generally to use that class employee, we have to do equals to new and then class name, right? So you can actually create a new instance and then use it. Angular allows you to actually directly inject a service. For example, here I am using the, I'll just show you. Okay. So let's take an example of this product service, right? So I can see using constructor. I mean, of course, if you have learned, you know about constructors, I can just directly say, okay, use this product service, inject this product service here. That's it. You don't have to create a new instance. This new instance will be created by a framework itself. You don't have to worry about it. Other feature which actually DI gives you is you can actually wrap any browser APIs and then you can use it. For example, here in this example, I'm using local storage as an as a service inside my Angular code. So I can just create a wrapper and then I can use it everywhere I want to. So this is another example of DI, but this is a little bit advanced. You don't have to worry about this from day one, the token part, but yeah. And then forms, right? If you go to any other frameworks, you have to always choose, okay, which form to use, whether should I go ahead and use this library, that library. Angular already offers you two ways to do it. So you have something known as template driven forms, which is very close to HTML. So I am sure everyone might have created HTML forms. So you have form tag and then you create different controls. You can add different controls. That's it. That's what template driven forms are all about. Both the forms actually use the same APIs. It's just a wrapper around other. So, and another reason is reactive forms. So in reactive forms, you get more control on your forms. Actually, you get a lot of control on your TS file. So you can control programmatically. So that's the advantage. So you can try both. It's not necessary that you have to always choose that reactive. We should go with reactive forms or template driven forms. Try both. See which one is actually useful for your team, and then you can utilize. And this is a simple form how you there is a reactive forms actually. So this is actually a form tag, and then you can say these are the inputs. This is something different, form control name, which is actually, oh, sorry, I just went to the last slide somehow. So this form control name is something which is unique to the Angular APIs and this form group as well. But once you try to use it, you will be more comfortable with that. Routing. So routing is something which is really important. Once your application grows, you may have to create many URLs, right? To navigate, so your users can navigate. You have to create probably login, dashboards, and a lot of stuff, right? So Angular comes. I mean, in Angular, you don't have to actually go ahead and utilize any other APIs. Actually, routing is something which comes with the framework, and you can configure it directly inside your code base by using this router module for route. And this is how you configure your routes. So you can say, okay, this is the path and this is the component. When I click on home, go ahead and open the home component. When I click on event, go ahead and open the event component. And this is the default path. So in case you want that, okay, whenever a new user comes to your website, for example, abc.com, he should be redirected to home. So this is how you can configure it. And this is the anchor links. Rather than href, we use router link. That's something different. And the router links are actually something gets converted into your native href, but you don't have to worry about it. That's something which is done by Angular. And what about once your app has many routes, right? I mean, your app becomes very huge. It has a lot of routes which may not be useful for the user who actually just logged in. So there's some concept of some concept called lazy loading. I'm sure many of you might have heard about it. It is available in each and every UI framework because it's available in Webpack, so everyone is using it. Now it is mostly available with all the tools. For example, I mean, whichever tool you use, right? It's not only specific to Webpack, but most of the build tools already has this functionality called lazy loading. In Angular, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to write any extra code. The only thing which you have to change is you have to, rather than component, you have to say, okay, go ahead and load this path, or go ahead and load this children. So here we create something called Angular modules, and then we just pass the configuration that whenever I click on events, rather than actually loading it in advance, whenever I click on it, just go ahead and load the code. That's called lazy loading, and it is something which is available in each and every framework. Angular makes it more easy because you don't have to do anything extra. You can just use the native APIs, which is already available, and then you can lazy load your code. Handling API calls, right? Of course, most important part, because whenever you create a front end, you need to integrate with some APIs. Can be your your own company's API, you can be third-party APIs, but you have to actually go ahead and integrate with them, right? How to do that? Of course, you have something called Fetch, which is available. RxJS also has some implementation of Ajax, or in older days we used to have Ajax. So Angular gives you something called HTTP client service, which exposes all the methods: get, post, put, delete. All those methods are available, and you can just call it by using HTTP client service. So here is an example. You have something HTTP client module, which you need to import into your code base, and then you can just call HTTP client service, which is available by Angular framework. And then here it's an example of calling get method. So this is how it is. Web components. So what in case you have a large organization and your manager says, look, now we have already created these components in Angular. Now what we need to do is we have another team which wants to just use React, or we wants to use Vue.js, but what we need is we don't want them to actually create these components again. Can we do that? Do something in Angular? Yes, it is possible. Angular comes with web component support. So what you can do is you can just add this package ng add Angular elements to your project name, and then there is a API. So the API name is create custom element, which can convert your components to native components, which can be used anywhere. So let it be React application, let it be Vue.js, let it be just a plain simple HTML page. It can be used everywhere. So this is how you can convert your components to web components. PWS, I'm sure everyone knows about PWS. It can be installed on your local machine. For example, if I go to Angular Docs is actually a PWA, this button, right? So you can see this install app button, which is available. So this is something called PWA. Do I need to do something extra to make it work with Angular? Yes, you need to, but you need to just run a command. So what you can do is you can just run ng add Angular PWA, and once your manager says, okay, we need this app to be installable, you say, yes, okay, I'll do that. And then you can just run this command and take a rest for the day, right? And what about localization? Of course, most of the big organization, they are not restricted by any country, right? They are actually trying to be closer to each and every user. So giving the contents in their own language, which is possible, right? So in Angular, yes, that's possible too. You can actually do internationalization and localization easily by using this command. You have to just do ng add Angular localize, and then you have to, of course, write the translation files, right? So you have to actually tell Angular that, okay, when I say hi in English, what should be in France, right? So that's something which you have to do, and most of the organization has translators who actually does that. You don't have to do it as a developer, so don't worry about it. So the only thing which is available is IA10 tag, which is available. So you can say IA10, and then this, whatever you write here, right? So this will be extracted into a separate file. So there are 3 formats which are supported right now: Xclif 1.2, which is default, and then you have Xclif 2 and XMB. So these are 3 different file formats which are widely used in actually in translation as well. So of course the people who actually translate files, they are aware of these formats, and then they can create multiple formats. You have to run this ngx IA10n to actually extract those files, and then you can just create the different files, right? For example, you have en.en.fr. Based on different languages, you create different files, and then you just write the translation based on the keys which are extracted. So that's about localization. What about unit testing? So of course, testing is very important because, of course, it gives you guarantee that your code will work and it will not break any existing functionality. But if you have to actually invest, I will not call it a vest, but yeah, if you have to invest your time actually setting up everything by your own, probably you will skip it. So Angular gives you the functionality where you can actually go ahead and add a unit testing framework whenever you create a new app. So by default it uses Jasmine and Karma. So you don't have to do any configuration. So 0 configuration effort. Unit testing is already configured with Karma and Jasmine, and you can just do ng test to run test cases. Only thing which you have to do is write test cases. And then you have SSR, right? So let's say your manager comes in and says, okay, for this client, SEO is very important. So we have to do something. And I heard something called SSR, which can be implemented in Angular. So you are like, okay, now I have to actually learn about SSR and then do all the configuration. Not required. So you can just do ng add, ng universal express engine, which uses Express.js to actually do SSR. So what it does? So it configures SSR with Express server. It provides a dev server with live reload functionality, so you can actually change things and see it and test. And then it provides pre-rendering functionality as well. I'll talk about pre-rendering. Don't worry about it. So pre-rendering is something where you actually create the static pages. So let's say you have some pages which don't change, right, and which don't have any API calls. For example, homepage probably, or contact us, about us, those pages, those kind of pages. So what you can do is you can actually pre-render it. So they are created as a static file, and then whenever user requests for it, there won't be any extra call it because it's already compiled and available on server. It just serves it. What about code sharing, right? So in case you have, let's say, large team, multiple teams working across, and then you have created some useful libraries, and the other team wants to actually use it, how you can do that? So yes, Angular, you can create Angular libraries. So what it allows is you can create and publish Angular libraries. It can be internal, it can be external. For example, in case your organization has their own Artifactory, so you can publish those libraries within your Artifactory, and then other teams can use it. It also provides ng packager configuration, which was manual like a few years ago. Now it's already pre-configured. You can share the code across multiple apps, or it can be used in library as well, right? So that's also possible. So this is how you can do it. To create a new library, you can just say ng generate lib and your library name. You can build the library using ng build command with -- prod tag, and then you can go to the distributable folder which will be created, and then you can run npm publish. That's it. Angular compiler. Now, whenever you work with any new framework, it is really important to actually catch errors in advance, right? This is really important. And as a developer, it is, of course, very important because it may give a wrong impression to your team manager or your manager, right? So Angular compilers helps a lot because it tells you the errors in advance. So what happens is you can actually go ahead and debug your template. You can debug and test your component. You can get compile time errors. So this is how it looks like. So for example, if I try to goof up something, if I try to actually use some tags which does not exist, your Angular compiler will actually tell you in advance while you are writing your code inside your editor. So you don't have to worry about running your code and then seeing the error. No, that's not required. All thanks to, of course, TypeScript, but yeah, Angular utilizes those APIs as well. And then what about debugging in browser? So Angular has launched new Angular DevTools, which is available. So whenever you open a new Angular application, you will be able to go to inspect. And so once you add this DevTools, so here is Angular tab, which you will be able to see. It will be only available within dev mode. So make sure that you are not you are into dev mode, not production. So you can see the entire application structure, and these are different components which are available. All the properties, you can actually go ahead and change the property and see how it impacts your application. So all the things can be done via DevTools. You also have a profiler, so you can let's say start profiler and then do some operation, and it will capture all the operations and give you, okay, what is getting changed. For example, here it says it took 7.3 milliseconds for product component because there was a change event which was fired, and changes event took 7.3 milliseconds. So you can go ahead and see the code and then you try to optimize that code. You have flame graph as well, so you can see, okay, where the most of the times is consumed, right? For example, here you can see product component, but it has internally header component and product list component, which is not taking so much time. The only thing is this product component is taking time, and then you can go to the code base and see how it can be improved. I mean, that's up to you. So this go ahead and try this new Angular DevTools, which is available on Web Store. You don't have to actually get from somewhere else. Go to Chrome DevTools and search for Angular DevTools, which is available. Angular language service, of course, this is something which gives you IntelliSense. So inside VS Code, you will be able to get the IntelliSense. Here you can see I don't have this department list property which is available right now. So while writing code, Angular Dev to Angular Language Service can tell you, okay, this property is not available, and then you can go ahead and write that property in your TS file, and then this properties will be available. So it is for intelligence, and it is also available. You can add it as an extension. So go to your VS Code and search for extension called Angular Language Service, and then you can install it. About UI framework, right? So Angular comes with Angular Material and CDK. So UI, it's a UI library managed by Angular team itself. So you have like production ready components, I would say. You can create your own components using CDK. That's possible. It is optimized and well tested. As I said, it's ready for production use. And the thing you can do is you can just do ng add Angular Material, and that's it. Angular Material will be added, and then you can go ahead and utilize all the components which is already created, or you can create your own by using CDK. And Angular allows you to actually bring your tool or create a new tool. That's possible because of two APIs. There are two APIs called, one is called schematics, which can actually automate the creation, modification of file. Schematics is something which is very close to, there used to be something called code generators. I'm not sure if it's still used, but UML generators was the normal word which we used to use earlier in Node.js. I think now people call it as code generator or something else, but it is pretty similar to what UML generators were. And then you can create a file, modify a file. You can also automate a setup for your your libraries, for example, in Angular, right? So let's say if you want to create a new component, but you already want something to be added, you can do that. You can do it using schematic. You can override the existing process of Angular itself, and then you can create your own new setup. That's possible. You have something known as builders, where you can actually integrate Angular build process, or you can just override the Angular build process. You can build your own tool. That's the ng deploy command which we saw. I mean, we just read about it. So ng deploy command is one of the use case for builders, where we can actually go ahead and override the Angular's build process, and we can, rather than deploy just creating the production build, we can also deploy the application. That's one of the use case. So this is a super productive tip. So in case you want to be super productive, just go ahead and do this ng add and Narwhal workspace, or just use NX from the day one. So nx.dev, that's the website which actually gives you a lot of things apart from just Angular. So you can actually create a monorepo with, let's say if you want to use React, you want to use backend Express.js or Nest.js, if you want to use Vue.js, blah blah, 10 other frameworks. Yes, NX allows that. So you can actually go ahead and add, create an, let's say, GitHub repository with a lot of other application which contains different code base, but you can also share the code within that code base. So in case you have an Angular application, you have a React application, you want to use an interface in both, yes, that's possible using NX. So you can use NX rather than just using Angular CLI. And yeah, so that's it. For references, in case you want to get started with Angular, you have something known as angular.io. You can, this is the official documentation where you can learn about Angular. You have dev.2, where you have something known as a publication called This is Angular and Angular. Both the publication has good content, or you can just also refer to indep.dev, which has some advanced content. It is not for beginners, I would say. So once you have some idea about Angular, just go ahead and see indep.dev. They have some advanced contents available, and that's it for the day. And in case you have any question, you know how to reach out to me, and I would love to hear from you. So thank you.
Yeah, all right. It was really an awesome session from you, and like thank you so much for joining us in. Right, so it's basically like even I love Angular a lot, and even we'll be getting started with it soon. Currently working on React and all. So yeah, and it was really an awesome one. Looking forward to working with you soon. So till that time, bye bye.
Yeah, Steve, bye bye.
All right, so now we have our Santa back. So it's basically like we'll have one more giveaway right now. So yeah, Santa, how's going on? Like,
Hey all, I hope you had a great lunch. I'm a sleepy person after lunch. So, talking about the giveaway, let me just first share my screen. So, there were some people who applied for the first giveaway. Kudos to you guys, and I reviewed your submissions. So, it was good. There were some nice submissions. So, now we will working on the second one. Pulkit, can you add the screen? Okay. So it's
Yeah.
basically a virtual meme hunt. So as you can say, there are 2 points to be remembered that all the memes should be technical only, that is tech related. In the sense, all the basically we are having a meme competition, something that we in which we are asking you all to make at least one or at most two memes related to technical field. Example, you can make something related to JavaScript versus Java or something like Python versus real Python, anything. Okay, so it's on you guys. Okay, so I'm requesting you all to let's say it's basically a meme competition. Okay, so you must have got an idea. One thing you must remember: no gender community should get offended while making these memes. Okay, and how to submit? You can first you need to make your meme and tag us on Twitter with these two hashtags. Basically, these two people, that is Programming Universal Group and Developer Student Community. Then you have to put simple details like name and email, and then you have to upload the screenshot of that post on this Google form provided to you. I think Pulkit, you can share the Google form here in the comments so that people could look into it. So it's
For
basically a
sure,
simple
for
meme
sure.
competition. Okay. So let's see. I'm waiting to look out into some good memes, right? So any questions related to meme or something that you think should be explained, Pulkit? I missed out or something.
Yeah, not really. Let's see if we have some questions, or else we can like end it up here. Let's see if let's see the submissions from all the participants and all, right?
Okay. So let's see. Let others, if any questions or no. After that, we will see all the like submissions in the end only. Okay, because in the first one there is like upload your pic type. So I don't want to reveal anyone's identity on this. So I will check out the pictures which could be shared to the public. Okay. So
Yeah, all
till
right.
then, okay. So let's wait till then.
Yeah, awesome. So
Cool.
till that time, even folks can have some break and all, like for more 5 minutes, and then we'll start with our another session on Flutter. So let's have a quick break, and then we'll get back to you all.
Cool. Okay. Bye, Pulkit.
All right, folks, we have got many of times the break, and like we can get started with our next session. So it's basically on ML plus Flutter from Abhishek sir. So hey Abhishek sir, how's going on?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Yeah, great going. So basically, like we can start with our session other than like wasting time.
Sure,
So
sure.
I'm taking you to the stage, and like you can get started.
Screen.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, cool.
It's working fine.
So, yeah, let's start with ML plus Flutter. Many of the participants might be aware of course, what is ML or what is Flutter, and many of you might already know me. Who am I? So let's start what's inside today's talk. So first of all, who am I? I am a Flutter developer at Vacancy Technology. I am also the organizer of Flutter Valsad. I am the co-organizer of Flutter India. You might be aware of Flutter India. Flutter Valsad is a local community which is like a city, Valsad in Gujarat. And Flutter India is, of course, the overall Indian community for Flutter. Also, along with this, I am a medium Flutter content writer. I have recently, like not recently, but I have been pretty active in on Medium since like few weeks, and along with that, I have participated in around 25 to 30 hackathons, mentored few of them, judged around 10 to 15 national and international hackathons. So basically, you can say, I am completely into Flutter as well as communities and hackathons, etc. So let's see what are the key points which we would cover in this talk. First is what is Flutter, just a bit intro or you can just summary of what is Flutter. Next would be what is machine learning. Of course, just a brief introduction of what is machine learning, because I am not personally a machine learning guy. I don't know how machine learning works. But yeah, definitely I can tell you how you can add machine learning models into your into Flutter application. Then what is teachable machine? We would look what is teachable machine, how it works and everything, because preferably I use teachable machine whenever I want to add machine learning in Flutter, and if I am working alone, like any freelance project or any practice project or something, then definitely I use teachable machine. Pros and cons of teachable machine, how we can, and then the main topic, how we can integrate machine learning in Flutter using TF Lite. So basically, it's like we won't be doing live coding because of the time constraint, but definitely I have added the code snippets in the slides as well, so that you can. It's pretty easy how you can integrate it. We would definitely train a model using teachable machine because that's going to be an interesting thing to learn. So first of all, what is Flutter? Flutter is an open source UI software development kit created by Google itself, and it is used to develop cross platform applications for Android, iOS, Linux, Mac, Windows, Fuchsia OS. Along with this, we do now have support for Watch OS and embedded systems as well, and of course, the web from a single code base. Now, what exactly does cross-platform or multi-platform or single code base means? So when you start learning Flutter, you would see that the same code, that is one single code base, can be used to run on different machines. Like if you want to develop an application which should run on Android, iOS, and that should run on Mac as well. That should run on web as well, like a complete website as well. So in that case, Flutter would be there for you for helping. So you can just write code for Android, then you can run that same thing on Android simulator and emulator, iOS simulators, and our Chrome website as well. So that's what Flutter is basically, and that's what cross-platform means. Now, just to summarize how Flutter works, when we write Flutter code in Dart, Flutter uses Dart language. So when we write in Dart, Flutter takes the Dart code and converts into native components. So let's say you are running your code on Android application, then the code gets rendered into the native components, that is Java or Kotlin. And if you are running on iOS, then of course Swift or Objective C. Now if you are running on website, if you are going to build a website, then the Dart code would be converted into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files. So yeah, that's how Flutter works. Basically, you write code in Dart, but when it gets rendered, it is rendered in native components. Right. So our next topic, what is machine learning? Now, should I say that machine learning is just like machines trying to attend online classes and learning nothing? So yeah, that's pretty similar kind of thing. Machine learning is the study of computer algorithms that improve automatically through experience and by the use of data. It is seen as a part of artificial intelligence also, because artificial intelligence and machine learning are pretty similar. You have to train a machine to do some work. Like if you are from a computer engineer background, you are of course a machine, and you attend online classes, you attend meetings, and you learn something from that. So that's what machine learning is, learning from what is already available. Now the main thing, what is teachable machine? If you are from machine learning background, you would be know that you can train your model, you can create your model, I guess, using Python language. So but what if I personally, I am not a machine learning, I don't know machine learning, I don't know Python much. So what should I do, like if I want to add machine learning? So this teachable machine is a website developed by Google. It is a web-based tool that makes creating machine learning models fast, easy, and accessible to everyone. So we would see this. We would see a demo for this right now itself. But just to summarize, in Teachable Machine website, what you can do is, like, let's say I want to develop an image classifier model. So if I so the it is very simple to do that using Teachable Machine. What you have to do is you just have to go to Teachable Machine, start the specific image classifier section, and that you just have to upload the images. Let's say I want to classify like 3 toys, or maybe dog and cat, right? So you can create one class as the name dog, the other class as the name cat. And now when the in the dog class, you can upload as many images as you want for dog, and in cat class you can upload similarly in the cat images. Then you just have to click the train model, and within, like, depending on the number of images you have uploaded, it would take a bit of time, and your image would be ready to work. Like, they also have, like, online simulation for it. Like, if you have trained the model and then you show a dog in front of your camera, then it would give you the output as dog in the same way, like we usually do with the machine learning models. Once you have trained your model, you can download that model into either TensorFlow format, TF Lite format. You can store that on your Google Drive, and many such features are available. Right. So let's first see what is Teachable Machine, and we will train a model right now because it's pretty easy to train it. Okay, so this is the main website of Teachable Machine. It's teachablemachine.withgoogle.com. Maybe someone can share in the YouTube chat. So in this, just click on Get Started, and you can see there are like image project, audio project, and post project. Image project is your image classifier. Audio project is like to check different audios, to classify different audios. Post project is for post detection. So we would go with image project. Now there are two types: standard image and embedded image models. So the standard image is like the most of the time we use this. Embedded image model is used when we want image classification in embedded systems, like maybe what I say, any hardware components. So okay, we would go to standard image model. The UI is pretty simple. It's simple to use. Just update the class name. I don't have pets like dogs and cats, so what I have here is a Dash, that is Flutter mascot, and Mona, that is GitHub mascot. So we would train them. And there are two options: using webcam, or you want to upload it, for both of them. So I would select webcam, and you can see this is my Dash, and every time you click on hold to record, it would record multiple images. The more images you have, it's the better your more model would train. Of course, you would like the machine learning people would be knowing this. Yeah, so we have 190 image. Oh shit, I uploaded it in Dash. Okay, we have added 190 image samples for Dash, and the next class would be our Mona. Let me quickly take Mona now. And 123 samples of Mona. Now what we have to just do is train your model. If you see, there are many different settings, which of course machine learning people would be knowing: epochs, batch size, learning rate, etc., etc. I would just take the default one and click on train model. So what this would do under the hood is it would convert the 190 image samples of Dash into two parts: the training set and the testing set. So that's how usually machine learning works, right? You create one training set and one testing set. So you can see our model is trained. Now we just need to show. So I showed dash here, and it's showing output as 100% dash. I hope it would be visible. I guess now it would be visible more. Right, so you can see in the output it's 100% dash. I have shown dash, and it's showing 100% dash. Now let's see how it works with Mona. Right, you can see it's 100% Mona. Like, it gives accurate result. We have just uploaded like 100 of images for both the classes, and it gives accurate result for it. Now, however, this is not the exact machine learning how it works, right? So there are basically some pros and cons for both of them. One, you can right now also see, like, if I am facing the camera, the result is completely fluctuating. So based on, it's like the dash is of blue color and my shirt is of blue color, right? So because they both are matching, it's showing somewhat dash. Then Mona is black color, hair and beard is black color, headphones are black color, so it's showing somewhat Mona. So this is one drawback of teachable machine, that you can't have a default class. Like, you can't if you are using image classifier, there would be some of course there would be edge cases, like where the input doesn't support your trained model, right? So in that cases, you need a default class where maybe you can say error class, where like if any one of the class doesn't match, it would show error. But if you are using teachable machine, this won't be a case. What it would do is, depending on the image and depending on how much percentage the image is matching with a particular class, it would every time return at least a class. There won't be any null result or error result. So let's say in the case we saw, where in my image it was showing 81% Mona, right? So in that case, when I use this model in our Flutter application, I would get result as Mona. So now you can see there is a button here called export model. In this, you just need to download it in the form of TensorFlow Lite. Why TensorFlow Lite? Because TensorFlow Lite, the model would be of a very limited size, a pretty less size, and that is basically, we can use the TF Lite package which is available in Flutter to use the to what is it to integrate this TF Lite model into our Flutter application. You can change the default settings if you wish. I usually use the default one, because that's basically like the best solution they have provided, and you can simply download your model. Once you click download, it would take a bit of time to convert your model into TensorFlow Lite, and then it will get downloaded once the converting model completes. So conversion also depends on how much big your model is, how many classes you have. It usually takes around 5 to 10 minutes for small models. So we would just move on, because once you convert the model, it would convert into a zip file. It would have one TF Lite file and one text file which contains the name of the classes. So moving on, now you see how you can train a model without knowing machine learning, using teachable machine directly. And now let's see how you can integrate TensorFlow in Flutter application. So let's first see the steps. So in step 1, train your model. So its description says that train your model and download it in form of TF Lite and unzip in assets folder. The main point over here is you need to unzip that assets folder. You need to unzip that model that you have trained into assets folder of your Flutter application. Of course, you can name the default assets folder as maybe model folder or anything that you wish, but keep in mind, wherever you unzip it, it should be accessible with your Flutter application. The next step would be to add packages. We would be needing two packages. One is TF Lite to add our TensorFlow Lite model, and the other one is Image Picker to pick the image from gallery or camera, and then adding it to the to our Flutter providing it to our model. So that's step 2. Talking about step 3, load your model. Once the packages have been added, we need to load our model on our screen so that the user can provide the image to our model, which is the step 4, pass image to the model. One is like can you either you can click on click one or pick up image from gallery and pass to model for classification. And the fifth step is get output and close TF Lite. The model will return you the class name and you can output that on your screen. Later you need to close the TF Lite, because if not closed, it would take a lot of memory if it is continuously running. Amit Patel, can I get this PPT for data practice? Of course, I would share this PPT in the chat section after the talk. It's just the Canva PPT, so you can directly access it. So step 1, train your model by yourself or using teachable machine. You need to keep in mind, as I said earlier also, you need to download your model in TF Lite form, that is TensorFlow Lite, because that's the easiest way you can add it in your Flutter application, and it is like very lightweight, because as the name suggests, TensorFlow Lite, right? So you can add it in your Flutter application without increasing your app size much. Next is add packages. This is like my favorite step because I love adding packages to my Flutter application. The first is add TF Lite package. You can go on pub.dev, search for TF Lite, use the latest version or old version, no issues, because like when I used TF Lite, the older version, there weren't any much issues found. So yeah, you can use anyone. And the image picker, where you need to add it in pubspec.yaml and set up the image picker, because you also need to add the permissions in Android manifest file for storage permission to access the images. So once you add this TF Lite and image picker in pubspec.yaml file, just do pub-get to complete the installation. And the next thing is you need to load your model. Now I haven't here added the entire code, or we aren't going to do the entire coding, but the main functions or main things that you need to load your model or to integrate your model, machine learning model into Flutter application have been added into the stock. So basically what I have done here is the first code snippet. You can see I have created a custom function called load model, and inside that I have called the load model function of TF Lite. Now of course you need to import TF Lite package in your code file, and you can call the load model function. Load model is a static function in TF Lite class, and it's an future. It returns a future value, so you need to await it, because of course loading an entire model would take a bit of time, right? So in that you need to pass there are two fields, model and labels. The first one is a TF Lite model. So whenever you download your model, you will unzip it, you will get these two files, model unquant.tflite and labels.txt. So you need to add your entire path from assets, so asset/model unquant.tflite, and in labels you need, it's directly like just a text file. So in that you can directly add assets/labels.txt. Don't forget to add these assets in your pubspec.yaml file. In the same way we add any image files in pubspec.yaml, in the same way we can add this assets as well. The next would be to call this load model function, right? Because like without calling a function we won't get anything. So what I have done here is that I have called the load model function in the init state itself. So one option is to await the load model function, as it would take a bit of time. But if you add any await function in init state, it would throw an error. Like you can't await the init state itself, right? Because it's the first function, and without that, anything won't be starting. So what you have to do is load model dot then. Then is a substitute for await. It also works in the same way. What it does is it waits until the execution of load models, then do the set state. Now, why set state is required? Basically, if you write set state directly in init state, it won't allow it because it's the first function to be executed. But we aren't going to synchronously await this load model, right? So asynchronously, it would be waiting for the execution of the load model. Till that time, our build method would be executed, right? So we need to rebuild our build method because our model is now loaded, and then we are set stating it to rebuild the model. So I hope loading your model was easy. Loading the model is pretty easy. You just need to call tflight.load model and pass the model and label parameters in it. And you need to call the load model function in init state, or maybe if you want, you can also call it in any button click or something. So next is passing image to model. Now we have already loaded the model, but how we would pass the image? Like it would need an input to give an output, right? That's how machine learning works. You give an input, based on that you get an output. So passing image to model will have two steps. First is you need to get an image, and the second, of course, would be to pass that image to model. Now to get an image, you have two options. Either you can click an image from within the application, like you can open the camera from your Flutter application, or you can open gallery from your Flutter application. Or of course the third way is you can click an image from your phone default camera and then upload it. So let's say you make a dialog where you give two options for camera and gallery. So the first function says how you can open the camera. So basically the both function are exact same. You just see one difference, that is in this line, in this source. So in the first function we are passing source as camera, in the second function we are passing source as gallery. That's the only difference. Both would return an image parameter, that is an image file. Both will be returning an image file. Both are asynchronous functions. And at last we are adding our image file to a local private variable. Like if you wish, you can do this. If you don't, it's totally okay. So that's how I did, because I also wanted to show which image is going to be uploaded to your model. So you can do this as well. And the next line says classify image of and it takes the image parameter. Now classify image is not a built-in function for TF-Lite. I have created this user defined function which takes file parameter as its parameter. So let's see what classify image does. So classify image would be responsible to pass your image that you have taken from the user into your model. Now the classify image is also an asynchronous function. It takes the parameter file, as I said, and we are calling a function called run model on image. You can see here run model on image. What it says, you have to, what it depicts is that the Flutter engine would run the TensorFlow model that you have provided on the image that the user has provided. Now in this you have to pass the file path. File path can be got from image itself. The next is image mean, image standard, number of results, threshold, and async. I usually keep it like this because I don't know machine learning. I just use it to complete the work if I have anything to integrate. So I usually keep it the standard one. You can increase the threshold, or you can increase the epoch when you are training your model to get more precise output. So this output is we have created a variable called output, which we have just created a var variable because we don't know what type of data the model would return, and we have then added that output to our local private variable outputs. So this is how you can add TensorFlow. You can pass your image to the TensorFlow Lite model. Now it's like just a few lines of code, and you can add your machine learning model into this. Now let's see how you can access this output. Like, we have got this output, right? But how you can display the class name? Like, let's say I have uploaded an image of Mona, so I would in return I should get the name Mona. So this is how you can print the output. So basically the output that you get is a form of map, or you can say a form of nested map into list, where the first class, like, it's basically like the first index would be the maximum similarity class. The second would be, less similar likewise. So we would display the maximum similar class, which is outputs of 0, and in that we have the label key. The label key would be your class name. So just displaying this much would directly display or would directly show your class name, which the TensorFlow Lite model has given as a response. So once you display the text, once you have got your output, and once, like, when the user switches from one page to another, at that time you need to dispose your TF-Lite. You need to close your TF-Lite function. Now why you have to do this? Because TF-Lite is a heavy package. I'm not saying it is a heavy model, I'm saying it is a heavy package. And if you don't close the class, or if you don't close your model, it would drain, it would create memory leak issue, it would create battery drain issue, and lots of things. So you just have to call tflite.close and your model would be closed. Now if again you want to use it, you will again have to load your model in the same way we did in previous tab. So yeah, that's it. That's how you can add your model file, or that's how you can add your machine learning file, or that's how you can integrate machine learning into Flutter. It's if you combine all this PPTs, if you combine all these code snippets, it won't even be 100 lines. And yeah, in 100 lines you would be able to integrate machine learning in Flutter. I should say that you are now now a machine learning expert as well as Flutter expert, right? So I guess that was it from my end. It was pretty easy for me, of course. So yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat section. I do have I had one question that was for PPT. I would definitely share the PPT also, as the admins shared the Medium link. In that also, the content is pretty same. In that, it is basically for the one who love to read. So yeah, that's how you can add your machine learning into Flutter. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We still have time. And if you don't want to ask right now, definitely reach out to me on Instagram, Twitter, or LinkedIn at Abhishek Doshi 26, and follow me on GitHub. I should be saying it like YouTuber, right? Don't forget to follow me on GitHub, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. The username is same, Abhishek Doshi 26, and feel free to read out the blogs at abhishekdoshi26.medium.com. You would get many other resources as well on that. Recently I have uploaded the ML plus Flutter on that as well. Then would be publishing 2 more articles today, so don't forget to check them as well. Yeah, thank you so much everyone for listening patiently and bearing me, who doesn't know machine learning and is teaching machine learning plus Flutter, of course. And yeah, feel free to ask questions. We do have time. I guess.
Yeah, awesome work. So it was really an awesome session. So thank you so much for joining us in. And yeah, let's wait for some more like questions and all. Like
Yes,
let's see
definitely.
what they have for us. Yeah.
Pulkit, so are you machine learning enthusiast?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
It's
So you would
basically
be,
like I want.
yeah,
Yeah, continue,
yeah, go on.
continue.
Yes, I was saying that you would be training your models manually, right? If you usually train,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So you can try
Yeah,
out
so
teachable
basically
machine.
this session was, yeah, for sure. Even I was just checking that out. But
Yes,
even I want to handle this, so that's the reason I will be checking out soon. So yeah, thank you so much for like sharing these awesome stuff with us. And I would even
definitely.
really check your upcoming articles as well. So yeah,
Sure.
thanks for
Would be
everything you do for community
publishing
and all.
always. Would be publishing 2 articles mostly today. What I do is like usually write in weekdays and publish on weekends. So yeah, mostly would be publishing 2 articles today.
Awesome, awesome. So now it's basically like even I saw your GitHub and all. It was really awesome, and even I recently launched one of my basically you can say documentations kind of stuff, but it was
Right.
basically on how anyone can get started with open source. So basically the
Okay.
name of it is open source for everyone.
Okay. Right. Even I
And
am going to write
it's
one. I'm going to write one article on that, starting with open source.
awesome,
I took
awesome.
the same session
And even
and
I
for
even
the
it's
I took the similar session for open source in my company. But yeah, definitely would be writing an article for the same.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. It's basically like, even when I try to submit a session, I try to have it from GitHub or Git so that I can make people understand that, like even the open source platforms can help you in everything. Basically, you need domain hosting and all, but it's like open source have everything for you built in. Basically
Yes,
Git and
exactly.
GitHub are really an awesome stuff to get started with. They provide you with free domain hosting and all, right? So it's
Yes,
basically like I just try to motivate folks to get started with open source. That's one of the reason even I try to have as much as sessions possible on Git and GitHub.
right. The best example of open source is Flutter, man. Flutter, even teachable
Yeah,
machine is kind of open source.
absolutely. It's really awesome. So yeah, let's see if there are any queries and all in the chat section once. It
Yes.
seems like they have no doubts right now, or yeah, let's
They
see.
might
Even I will share
have.
it on the social ones. So
Let me share this PPT link with you.
yeah, sure, sure.
Okay, so those who wanted the PPT, here you go. I have sent in the YouTube chat itself. And yeah, Pulkit has already shared the Medium link for the same content. You can definitely check that as well.
Yeah, so even I have shared it on the socials. So let's say if people join us in more. And you know what? Basically, like I wanted to get started with Flutter, but things get hampered, right? It's like I don't want to get into all these stuffs at a time, right? I just want to continue with step by step. So that's the reason currently I'm looking forward to full stack. And yeah, even I will be getting started with Flutter for sure. So thank you for adding
Definitely.
so much stuffs here. And yeah, let's see. Wo- It's like
Yeah,
even
even
it becomes.
yeah, I
Yeah, go on,
have
go on.
written one article on what should and shouldn't be done when you start learning Flutter. So yeah, that would also be helpful for all the beginners who wish to learn Flutter, because that
Yeah.
mistakes I have done, and I have seen people doing that mistakes. So that would be a good guiding step, you can say, for them
Mhm.
and for you as well.
Yeah. Yeah, basically the key part is consistency and nothing else. You want to
Yes.
just be consistent and work on it, and make sure that the things should be gone in a practical way and nothing else. Even though theoretical ways helps, but practical is the best part.
Yes, exactly. I feel like if you work on practicals more, if you create your projects and explore different things, then you can definitely ace the theory part. Because, like, if you are already doing practically, you would know why that theoretically it is done. For example, let's say if I am asked in an interview that how I can add Firebase into Flutter or how I can add this machine learning into Flutter, right? So now I have already done the practical implementation. So I would know how I can integrate it, and how, the steps of how we can integrate anything into Flutter. So that would be pretty easy for me to say.
Yeah, yeah, actually. Yeah,
Also,
so
there are
more five
many much.
minutes, then we will wrap up
Yes,
this
yes.
event since the time may like consider in between. So let's wait for more 5 minutes and then we'll bind up this session here. So once
Okay,
again,
sure.
thank you so much for joining us in, Abhishek.
Thank you so much for inviting.
Yeah, all right. So I guess there aren't any questions right now left, and basically like even the folks would have go get like tired in between. So
Yeah.
basically they would have even taken some break and all. So yeah, let's see. And yeah, folks, just a reminder that all these sessions are will be recorded and will be available to you all on this live stream only. Basically, it would be recorded one after this. All right. And again, one more reminder that you all should fill up that Google form that's currently showing on the screen, so that you can get some of the giveaways and all from us. So make sure to check that out and complete all the steps, so that even you can get some of these swags from our Santa, basically Shantam. And yep.
That's really good. I actually saw
So
a few of
basically
the
you
previous sessions, and it was really good.
yeah, yeah, thank you. So it's basically like we are trying our best, and the speakers are really great. They put a lot of efforts, and it's not at all possible without them. And of course, it's not at all even possible without our participants and all. Yeah,
Yes,
sometimes
exactly.
teams are a big part of it, but participants and speakers are one of the key parts as well.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much, Pulkit, for organizing this event and inviting me. Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
So
Bye bye.
hey folks, so I hope everything is going fine and like you all are having fun with us. So in few more minutes we'll be having Ankita with us. So basically she will be talking about Google's own dev library. So make sure to attend that. It would be really an awesome one. And yeah, I guess she has joined us. So I will be taking her to the stage in a minute. Till the time, let's wait. And just a sec. Yeah, so I guess we have got Ankita ma'am with us. So today she'll be talking about Google's own dev library. And hi ma'am, how's it going on?
Hello, hi Pulkit. Thank you so much. I was just wondering one thing. Can I see the chat because I wanted an interactive session? So,
Yeah. So it's basically like you would be able to check that out, and even if you want, I can share the YouTube URL with you.
yeah, can you do that? I'll just check the comments. That's it.
Yeah, sure. I've shared it in the private chat. You can check that once.
Thank you. Just
Yeah, all right.
awesome. Shall I start?
Let's wait for almost 1 to 2 minutes, and then we can
Yes,
start.
yes, yes.
Till that time,
Okay.
it would be really great if you can like tell more about you and your journey and all for like more one or
okay.
2 minutes and all. It would be really
Yeah, sure.
grateful for us.
Sure. Okay, so hi guys, I'm Ankita. And I'll just switch on my camera. So, hi guys, I'm Ankita. I'm currently working with Google and we are building this new platform which is called Dev Library, and I thought I'll share more about it. I started my career as a developer with Infosys, but I always wanted to be a writer, so I switched full time to writing. And while I was doing that, I realized that there is a big part what a community plays. So I started building communities on the side. I already have 3+ communities which I've built from scratch. And with writing and development, I found this great amalgamation which thought that I could now switch to more product based community role. And that's how I interviewed for this Google's role and I got into it. So that's about me.
Yeah, all right, ma'am. So you can start with your session and just let me know if you want to like share your screen and all.
Yeah, okay. I've just created a small slide. Okay, can I get some answers here, like from the audience, that how many of you are developers who also write somewhere, like on Medium, on dev.to or anywhere else? How many of you do write? No one, no one, no one? Of course, Abhishek, I know you write. So I connected with Abhishek for his Flutter articles. I don't need, okay. Awesome. All right. So I am just going to share my screen. Like, is my screen visible? I don't know.
Yeah, it's visible.
Awesome. Okay, so I'll just quickly walk you through what is Dev Libraries, what are we building with Google's Dev Library, and then we'll just talk, chat, interact. That's it. My entire aim here is to talk with you guys. And I might look a bit tired because I've been in an event for 4 hours now. So I'm sorry. So Dev Libraries, we have built this entire platform where we want to change the way developers are being recognized. So every time someone comes in and from the beginning, developers have been famous for being in those silos and not talking too much. Like they have built themselves under bunkers. They just code and code and code. But eventually, I think somewhere with the evolution of social media as well, this is changing, and this is changing a lot. I think there are so many famous bloggers, I might say, so many famous developers who write so well. And even on Twitter, you might have seen that Prathamesh is one of the greatest examples, because I've seen his Twitter following and his entire tweets, his work. And he's a developer. Imagine a developer who has a social media following, which is this combination is rare to see. So there are many like that. Kunal, who has been a speaker here as well. And I admire those developers who want to share their knowledge with the people. So this is the entire idea behind creating dev libraries, that we want to change how developers are getting recognized. So what is dev library? I'll share this. What is dev library? So we have created this platform where if you have created anything using Google technologies like Android, Firebase, Flutter, machine learning, anything, you can just come and share that on our platform. Now, the best thing about this platform is that not every article gets published. And you know why this is such a good beauty? Because this allows only quality content to go up, which again allows the readers to know that what I need to read or use as well. So because we have mediums, we have platforms like Medium. 1 minute, guys. Sorry. 1 minute. I'm so sorry. Okay. So we have platforms like Medium, we have platforms like Hashnode, and all these platforms, when you go and write on these platforms, there is just one thing, that anyone can write and everyone can publish. But that's not the thing with dev libraries. And we have made it so because I was going through the user feedback of our existing authors, and all they told us was that we want to read just quality content. And this also makes you feel special. Like, we have various programs that we run inside Google, that we have GDs, we have GDGs, we have so many programs running inside Google. And when you say that your article was published by dev libraries, you have that sense of appreciation for yourself, that, I'm a developer, but I wrote such a good article. So this is the entire purpose behind creating this platform. The next thing is, why dev libraries? So again, just like I told a few minutes back, that developers can do more than just coding. And it is not specific to a language. It is not specific to a single tech stack. It is not that. You can just evolve. You can just expand your tech stack. And when you do that, you have to also remember this thing, that you can teach it to a lot of people. So the second point is, reach out to people. Now, when you have a social media following, you automatically realize that, okay, I am impacting at least one life. So we have so many cohort programs, workshops running by great developers, and they all have this one thing in common, that whatever they are doing, they are impacting someone's life. Now, that's why, like Pulkit, he's just 13 years old, and I was amazed to see that he's running this entire event. And what is one thing that made Pulkit come here? It might not be just, this entire evolution of developers, but somewhere or the other, this has impacted his life and many of you. So try to share what you have. Obviously, third point is community and open source love. I'm a big community fan, because I work as a
Ma'am,
community
sorry for
manager.
interrupting, but just a reminder, is it like you are sharing your screen? If it's so, it's not visible to us.
I am sharing my screen. Okay.
Yep.
Why is
It
it
would be
not
great if you can
visible?
reshare it.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yeah, now it's great. Yep.
Okay. Sorry for that. So, yeah. And the third point is the community and open source love. I think still there is a bigger population that needs to know how open source works, how open source contributions work, how can you actually contribute more than just code integrations. You can write a readme for them, you can write documentation for them, and this is not very specific to just technical writers. This is more than that. And when you start doing that, you realize that you automatically start enjoying that. Now, when you open, suppose you're new to Node.js and you don't know how to use it. So what do? You just go to their website and start reading the documentation, isn't it? That's your first step. So why don't you make that impact in somebody's life where they start appreciating, oh, thank God I have this. Thank God I have this troubleshooting document where I know why this code is not running. Why do I have these errors? So this is what also you can do. And the fourth point is visibility. Of course, writers like me might have a social media following, which is evident because we do write all day long. But what about developers? How do they become famous? This is why do I only remember a few names when it comes to developers? Because they have a great presence on social media, because they keep writing, they keep sharing their insights, their tidbits. And even though when you're not from a bigger company or an organization, you still have a name for yourself. And that's exactly what writer plus developers can do. So Dev Library, I'm not promoting this platform. I'm just trying to say that why did we build this platform? It's only to make it more than a platform and make it more like a change in the way developers can reach out to a larger audience. And that's the entire aim that we want to achieve. So I would want to ask these questions that, do you write? If not, so do you want to write? What is actually stopping you from writing or sharing your tidbits? Now, I personally have seen so many good developers in my lifetime, because I've worked as a technical writer, who have been building side projects, amazing side projects, but no one knows about them. And it's not like it's not on GitHub. Like, there are millions and zillions of projects on GitHub. But whatever you do, whatever you create, you have to market it. Otherwise, it's just lying under some sheets of paper. That's it. So this moment is when we have so many people learning development, reaching out, becoming better developers. And for them to achieve and to have a space, you need to market it. And that's how I say that, because that's exactly what writing plus development does. So I'm open to questions. I would love to have some questions. I didn't prepare a very big slide because I had a lot to do, but I would like to have some questions, whatever you want to ask, you want to share, anything at all. Even if you want to ask something.
Really sorry, folks. I guess Ankita ma'am have some network issues and all. So let's wait for some time and let's see till the time she join us back. All right.
Hi, Pulkit.
Yeah, welcome back, sir.
So, how was your experience organizing this event?
Absolutely great. And it's like I'm here from almost past 5 to 6 hours, so it's a very big deal. I guess ma'am is back.
Yeah,
Let us
Hello.
yeah.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, hi ma'am.
even your
Yeah, no
laptop
worries, no
has
worries. You
been
can continue.
tired of work.
Exactly. I think so. I'm so sorry, guys. But I I'll just say that I'm open to questions if anyone has any questions. I didn't have any big slides or something, so that's fine.
Yeah, so no worries. It's like it's okay. You just left it between, and yeah, we can continue now. And just a reminder, folks, after this session, we will be having a community laws discussion on Twitter Spaces. So we'll be even sharing the link in the comments. So make sure to check that out. And yeah, yeah, that's all. So, ma'am, you are back to the stage.
Also, I don't want to share my screen again. I think something is wrong with screen sharing. So I'll just say that where did I stop? I just want to ask like how many people here write or would like to explore writing, anything like that. And if anyone has any questions related to any of the strategies or what Google is building or how you can join or anything like that. So I would love to have some questions. And can you share the YouTube link?
Sorry.
I don't have that again.
Even me too, like if anyone have, Flutter questions.
Sorry?
No, like even if anyone have Flutter questions, I am also open for that.
Okay, awesome.
So Ankita, can you tell some more, benefits of Dev Library?
So
Of
yeah,
course, one is Google.
yeah, the brand is good in itself. But
Yeah.
I think with more good startups, I must say, even the brand names stop working when you don't provide anything in return. And this is what I've realized with other programs of Google. So with this platform also, since we are just 1 month old, providing swags and recognition, and I think you were the one who said that swags chahiye to mujhse le lo. So that's what made me realize that yeah, people are no more interested in those swags because everyone has one now. You have one from GitHub, you have from Twitter, Facebook, everything. So what can we bring that is different? And I would love to have some suggestions as well. If can we get this, can we get that? I would love to have some suggestions. But right now we are just providing a recognition that out of all the 100 articles, 20 articles were published and yours was one amongst them, and that is a good thing in itself. So you are a dev library contributor, you have quality content, you are building something great. So that's what we are providing right now, good recognition. But if anyone has any ideas that we would love something like this also, I'm open to suggestions.
Right. So, what was the inspiration behind Dev Library? Like, of course, we have many writing platforms, Medium, Dev.to, Hashnode, and people usually write on Blogspot, or usually they create their own website for that. So, why Dev Library? Like, what was the main inspiration?
I think it's a niche down because we are only taking in articles that have been written using some of the Google technologies. Now, when you know that you have to develop something creating Angular or Firebase or Flutter, you know where to go. So the second thing which gives us an edge over Medium is obviously now everyone knows that Medium is behind a paywall and the visibility obviously gets affected. So people have started going to Hashnode now or dev.to.
Yes.
But again, the niche down of subjects and quality content. So I'll tell you one thing. So suppose there are 100 contributors right now on our platform, and it's a global number, by the way. So I talked to almost 20 users and 20 authors or contributors from them. They were from each one was from different country. And I asked just one question, that what makes you come to Dev Library? And everyone answered the same thing, that quality content. That if I have to build something, I'll come to Dev Library only because it has quality. It just does not have anything and everything. So
Got it.
this is something that defines us or separates us from the others.
What I loved about Dev Library was I can upload the article. Like usually if I am writing on Medium and if I want to publish the same article on dev.to, I don't have anything where I can upload the same article. I need to use any extension that is available,
Okay.
or maybe even if we copy paste, the same formatting is not available.
Yeah. Okay. That's
So yeah,
that's
that
a
was
good point.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. I'm noting
Maybe
down
we
this.
can give a certificate kind of thing. I just received one from my company like this.
Oh,
Yeah. So
nice.
like once you get completely overwhelmed after swags, this is what you lack for.
I know. And we are planning for more online badges rather than just sending swags, because once you send a swag, you will post that on LinkedIn or Twitter and people will forget about it after a
Yes,
few days.
exactly.
But an online badge stays, and an online badge shows that you are a quality content contributor. So we are focusing more on that, if you're amongst the top 3 contributors, you get this badge and something like that. So still building, but I would love to have some more feature requests or feedback. And any questions if you have any.
Maybe we can like also just a suggestion, collaborate with GitHub as well.
We are already
And
doing that now.
right, and that's the same online badge you can show in GitHub profile as well, because like usually developers love uh, decorating the
Yeah,
GitHub profile.
exactly. One of the contributors who had uh, submitted their GitHub project, they created a badge themselves, which was Google Dev Libraries contributor, and they showed it, and it made us feel so good that people are actually acknowledging that they are a Dev Library contributor, and they created it themselves. So that was nice.
I am also just waiting for my approval.
Yeah, we hope we can see when it happens. Let's
I
see.
actually sent, I guess, 12, no, 10 to 11 articles.
Yeah, that's nice. At least 2 can be published.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if there are no more questions, I don't know.
Nice, everyone's here. Kartika is here, Ashutosh is here, Pulkit is here.
Yeah, hey everyone. So basically, it was like I was left in between. So sorry for that. And yeah, we can start now. We have lots of folks right now, and we can start discussing. So it's basically on like we are talking about, I guess, communities and all, right? If I'm not wrong, since I was left, I don't really know what was going on right now.
Yeah, like community writing and dev library.
Okay, got it. So I guess it would be great if like Karthik sir can like share their experience about like whole journey and GSOC and all on it, and like even community stuffs and all, since even he's one of the organizers at DSC, that is Developer Student
Yeah,
Community.
sure. Thanks for
Mhm.
So yeah, thanks Pulkit for like inviting me again. And yeah, just wanted to share with you all like I'm the person who didn't get a privilege to you can say got a community from Developer Student Club, that is Google, or you can say MLS kind of thing. But I am the person who created my own local community in my region specifically, because I got you can say a thing that everyone didn't get an equal opportunity. It's specifically because my college, or you can say the study where I'm going to study, is very town area specifically. My college in Chhattisgarh and in a town area who doesn't get any opportunity. But you can say COVID hit hard. It explained me everything about community specifically. I didn't know anything about community, but this thing started with my own community to help other folks who are there in specifically in my region. And due to helping others, I get into GSOC under TensorFlow org. I contributing in TensorFlow.js specifically, streaming, you can say in the WebAssembly part that is coming into, you can say in 2 to 3 months in the production specifically. And yeah, that's the whole journey. And journey is not like a super you can say another level. It's just like a normal guy who want to kickstart community in particular region. And I just wanted to share, anyone can get started with community. If you thought of you are the one who want to share something with other folks, or who want to can help others specifically, you can get started with the community. And it doesn't got started with any community due to because you want to become a founder of any community. If you have a like a empathy or like a kind of specifically to help others specifically, you can get started with it. So try to be not in a generic like I have to add this in my resume because I am a founder of this community. Doesn't make a sense apart from that. And apart from that, specifically if you are really wanted to have in about previous year, you can say the community growth is exponential rises. I have done recently a podcast with John Gottfried, who is a co-founder at MLH, and we have a talk about like why community raises so much. Because it's a fact, I can't deny that, because college doesn't give that environment that community gave us in terms of experience, in terms of networking, and all other stuff. So according to me, if you are living in the region where doesn't community exist, go for it. Create your own community. It can be possible you didn't know anything regarding anything, but you are the person who gets like a simple Git and GitHub session. You can start. You can get starting with it. And you can see inviting other speakers who are doing awesome stuff for the community. You can bring on you can see the Discord on the Slack channel specifically, so that the people around you who doesn't know about anything regarding community, they can kick started with it. And yeah, that's just wanted to share from my end, Pulkit. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it was really an awesome one. And you know what, when we talk about communities, it's more on collaboration work, right? Like there are various communities and all that end up having nothing at the end, since they don't get that much collaboration work and all. And like the main and the key part of a community is, like sharing the work and knowledge with everyone, so that even others can help you out, and even you can help others, right? So it's basically the thing. And through even communities, I got to know you, I got to know Ankita ma'am, I got to know you all who are here right now. And it's a kind of stuff like it's something that even helped me in getting started with open source. So the key part is like even open source empowers communities, and even communities empowers open source. So the key stuff is like if you get started with open source communities and all, it can even help your career, it can help in gaining your knowledge, it can help you in getting practical work and all. So it's basically like even through these things, like through my community work and all, even I got selected for the final interview round of Tezos Fellowship India 2021. So it's all about community and all. And even I recently had my interview. So it's basically like if you get started with community, you can basically get all the stuffs around the world going on. It can be something about tech, it can be something about startups and all. Like we have got Twitter Spaces and all right now going on. So it's basically a thing that like we have got so much of Twitter Spaces going on. Even I get messed up in joining so much of these stuffs, right? So it's basically like currently I have seen majority of the folks has get into Twitter Spaces, Clubhouse and all, for like sharing their knowledge and all. So it's basically like if Twitter Spaces and Twitter is one of the greatest the one of the greatest social platform for getting towards communities and all. Even one of my first Twitter Spaces was regarding like Twitter for community development and collaboration. So it's like we had some network issues, and like we ended up with the half of the stuff. It was taken up to almost, I guess, 2 to 3 hours. So it was a big deal. And yeah, even I'm going to launch the another version of it soon. And it's basically like it seems like I have talked a lot, and it seems to be the others have done nothing right now. So it would be great if you all can now take up the stage.
Adding to what Pulkit and the other speakers said, even like I am from a college where you can consider that as even below fourth tier college. So it for me it was like totally by myself. Even what when I got my first internship, is it was because of a hackathon itself. Like I was mentoring in that hackathon, and there was one another mentor over there. So he was team lead at one of the one of the company. So we just interacted. I shared my portfolio with him, and he asked me like if you are open for any work opportunity or not. At that time I didn't even thought that I would work, because like it was my third year, not third year, it's fourth year, seventh sem. So yeah, of course I didn't thought that I would start interning, but I said yes, and yeah, that's how I got my first internship. And then I got my first job, not in the same company but different one. But in that as well, like it was my eighth sem and I was doing a full-time job. And in that also they didn't ask for my mark sheets or anything. It was just like first round interview. They didn't took my coding round interview because all of the projects of mine were open source. So the interviewer just said that we have already seen your code, and then there's no need for the coding round. And yeah, so first round the technical round, and the third round HR round, and that was also in open source technology, Flutter. So yeah, that's how I got my career started, from community itself and open source, of course.
Yeah, awesome. It's basically like the thing is, no one will help you out. It's basically like you need to get started, and then if you start with like helping others, the same thing happens with you. You will even get to get help from others. So it's just the same thing. And even I just got started with like communities and all, for just giving back to the communities that helped me and getting towards my journey, right? So that's how it all started. And now it seems to be like I'm a part of 50 plus communities, as well as it seems to be currently getting messed up, but yeah, I'm even a organizer at 4 to 5 plus communities. So these things are so much of stuff. And just a second, let me get back to you all in 5 minutes. I've got one thing right now. Really sorry. Just a second. I'm
No
leaving. Really
issues.
sorry.
So that's exactly like you all have time right now. Once you start doing your job full time, you get you get a lot busy in that. You just have the weekends, and in that also you usually become people tired, because like full 5 day work and then contributing in community is a bit tough, definitely. But yeah, I guess I spend my Saturday and Sundays in writing Flutter blogs and movies and all. What about you, Ankita?
Well, my weekends, as you can see, are jam packed with some of the other sessions. Um, this thing is extremely. I like loved your story that they didn't interview you because just because of already it was all out there. So also when you start working, as you said, full time, there is lack of time where you can invest in other activities. But somehow I've realized that giving back to community is one of the best things that any individual can do, because when you listen to that one, even one success story, that someone because of you got something, you feel that your purpose on this earth, this is what I feel, that your purpose is fulfilled, that मैंने एक बंदे को भी लिखना सिखा दिया, suppose. So I feel like, oh wow, they got a project because of me, and it's so fulfilling, that feeling. So that's why I give so much time, like on weekends as well. There are like 6 to 7 hours, even when I had this GSOD also going on. So this year I was selected as a GSOD member as well, and I have to work on that. So my weekends are jam packed with either that work or some of the other community work. So because I like doing this, connecting with students like you, where I listen to these stories and I feel so nice that this is what communities do to people. And that's the entire thing that I love about it.
Right, exactly. Like adding to this, recently one incident happened. One of my college friend messaged me that this person joined my our company as an intern. So I said, okay, but I don't know him. So he said he knows you. So I said, how? So he just said that he learned Flutter from your articles. So I said, oh, okay, that's how he knows me.
See,
Yeah.
this is such a good feeling. This is such a good feeling. That's why I'm saying you should write more and, show your visibility online that you are doing something.
Yes, exactly.
It seems like I have missed a lot in just a few 1 or 2 minutes, I guess. So really sorry for that. And yeah, I'm back, and even Rishabh has joined us in right now. So yeah, would you like to add something in like this discussion type session right now going on?
Yes, sure, Pulkit. Thank you for having me. And I really don't know what we are actually talking about, but if it's about technical blogging, I'm so much already involved into it. And recently, my blog actually hit 100K views. So that
Wow.
was a huge milestone. Yes, and I usually write about JavaScript and React mostly, and I can completely agree with it. There is so much potential in writing. Even if you don't have to be a YouTuber or making videos to educate people, just writing can really help a lot. And I've seen people making using my blogs as a reference in their own classrooms, to teach educate to basically spread education. So yeah, that's actually really impactful. And I think no matter who you are, or how bad your English is, it really doesn't matter. All of us are non-native English speakers, so it actually
Exactly. This is such a
exactly,
good point
yes.
because I think a lot of developers don't write thinking that, oh, how am I going to write good? How am I going to write well? Well, that's not your job. Your job is to just reach out to people, provide your knowledge, and that's it. That's not your job to be excellent at your writing skills or excellent at your grammar and language, because that's what technical writers do. So all you have to do and worry about is just reaching out, and that's it.
Yeah, and mostly nowadays we don't need even words. Code does all the job. And that's how people prefer it. Keep it low key, keep it simple. Nobody's going to Shakespeare is not coming to proofread your blog. So basically, yeah, that's how
Exactly.
technical blogging. And what are we actually talking about? Oh yeah, the exact topic, so I can maybe
Oh,
add
we were
to it.
just discussing that I work with Google on their new product that we are launching. We have actually launched already. We are 1 month old. So I just wanted to reach out to more people who, developers especially, who write or who don't write. I wanted to know. So I just want more developers to write. That's a new change that we are trying to bring. So that's it. And also community impression of all this. Like, how do communities impact this entire scenario?
Yes, I completely agree. Community has a big role in in anything you do, especially if you are going solo. It's maybe not going to work for a long time. If you are going as a part of community, or if you have a community to back you up whenever you go down, so that actually plays a really supportive mostly, because
Exactly.
when you're starting out, there is not going to be a lot of attraction going on. You're not going to get a lot of support and encouragement, but
Right.
as you go forward, as you make progress, people come to realize that they actually and end up supporting you, and you become a creator in your own small world, making a change.
Yeah, I
So yeah,
envy your generation so much because you have access to so many things. And this all comes from this community. Like when back 3, 4 years back, if you go 3, 4 years back, no one even knew what was community. How can we leverage its benefits? And now when I see you guys, I feel like so happy, right? Also being so proud that community is actually bringing a change. Listening to Abhishek's story, like he was not even interviewed. I'm like so happy that you are making efforts and you're only counted for your efforts and skills, nothing else. No degrees, no, I should not say that, no degrees, otherwise people will be like lashing out on me. But skills is what matters, and you know networking. I'll say first is skills, and second part, the most important part, is networking. I got this job at Google also because of networking. I mean, obviously interviews and all were the secondary things, but even reaching out to the first level was only because of networking. So I would emphasize so much on this part, that network. Talk to as many people as you want. Don't feel shy. Send out that first message that is lying down in your drafts. No one is going to judge you. Even, there is one good DevRel who works at Google, Danny Thompson. I don't know if you, obviously, he's a big name. When you talk to him, he is having like 100K following on Twitter, but he never misses out on any message. So this is how I'm telling you that, just send out that first message wherever you want to reach out. Maybe you want a job at Microsoft or JP or Stan, anywhere. Just network and talk to those people who are actually working there. And you never know where is your second opportunity or your next opportunity lying. So that's it.
Even Danny worked at a maybe burger shop or a hot dog shop
Yes,
in his
yes,
initial
yes,
stages.
yes, he did.
He's like completely non-technical man.
Exactly. Like these stories make me feel like having goosebumps. These are so nice stories. So
Legends.
exactly.
And adding it, like if you are planning to start a community, what usually happens is you start a community, you be active for 1 or 2 months, then you disappear. It's not how community works. You should be active as much as possible, though not through events. Totally acceptable that many communities don't organize events much. Even I, being organizer of Flutter Valsad, we started in COVID itself. That is November 2020. We started, and till March 3rd, we organized events. When March 3rd was the main Flutter event, then we became like we did disappear completely, but became offline because COVID was increasing a lot. So what we thought was, we had Discord channel, we had Twitter. So we planned to provide job opportunities. Like we all the team members are working now, so we usually get job offers on LinkedIn, and we usually come through posts where they are offering jobs and openings. So we take them from LinkedIn, post that on Discord, post that on Twitter. So likewise, spreading the word for job openings. So that's also how community works. It's not just events, not just helping technically, but helping in all aspects of life.
Yeah, I think one point is consistency works wherever you go, not just in communities, even while writing. So I write a lot on LinkedIn. And over this year, this entire year of writing, now when I have a great engagement on my content, I realize that this only happened because of the consistency. And I also run a lot of other communities. What is something that connects people with us is because I show up my face, not just my face, like I show up my words every day on the group. Maybe a resource that I read online, or maybe just chit chat, or maybe a question or a query, and that makes the other community members also post whatever query they have. But if you lose out on the consistency, there is nothing that you can do with anything entirely, just not communities, but anything in your life. So you have to be consistent. You have to work and upskill and all those things.
Yes, I was on Medium since 2018, I guess, but wasn't much active on that. Like, maybe 2 3 months, one article, likewise. But from like 2 weeks, now in previous week itself, I published 6 articles. So it's like I'm getting addicted to articles now. Even on work days, I'm writing articles and publishing on weekends, writing on weekends and publishing on weekdays. Likewise, even
See,
I'm planning to publish 3 articles this week.
Anyone who's
Yeah.
watching this, please take this in notice. How writing, gets addicted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Basically, even I can give an example. Like at the starting of my journey in the technical writing and all, I was like getting bored while writing, and all these stuffs were going on for almost around 1.5 month. And then I got so much addictive to it, as even I got as an author at Free Code Camp. And after that, even I have recently launched such a even though it's not that much big, yeah, but you can say it somewhat big, that I have released somewhat a documentation on basically getting towards open source and all, known as open source for everyone. Even we talked about that before with Abhishek. So it's basically like that. Ki you need to be consistent, but yeah, even though you are consistent, there is one possibility that you may get bored, but after some time it becomes something very much addictive.
Yeah, it gets boring because suppose if I post something online and I get just 2 likes. Now
Yeah.
you will be thinking, Array, what is the need to write? I'm just getting 2 people who are reading my content. But we don't realize that initially it is going to be 2 people who are reading it. And it will
Yeah.
increase to 20, and then it will increase to 200, and then it will increase to 2000. And this is what consistency brings in. And once you get to that point where so many people are reading and engaging and actually appreciating, like Abhishek told, that someone recognized you just because of your article. So then that's when you realize, oh shit, this is making such a huge difference. So that is the feeling. For that, you have to work initially for at least, what I say is you should at least give 120 days. 120 days? No. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
21
yeah.
days.
120. No, that's for creating a habit. I'm saying
Right.
for seeing engagement on your content, I say just give it 120 days if you really want to go viral on social media, because that has worked with me and a lot of people I know. So
Yeah,
Even
even
one of
personally, it took me like 7 months to go from zero to like 100K. So yeah, definitely, it's just going to take a lot of time. And at that point, I was getting like barely 100 people, reading it per week. Nowadays, I'm getting like 1,000 to 5,000 people every single day reading my content. So yeah, that is like great crazy metrics. So
your
yeah,
stories
basically,
are making me so happy. Thank you so much, Rishabh and Abhishek and Pulkit.
even like one of my article just reached 1.7k, and it took just 2 days. I was like, and other articles which were published along with that, it has 400, 500 likes, 400, 500 views. But this particular article got 1.7k views, and it was a pretty simple article. Do's and don'ts when you learn Flutter. Now this
You know
is what
what
every
worked for you?
yeah
This is the entire heading: do's and don'ts. So
yes
people relate so much with these kinds of things when they know they don't have to invest a lot of time also, and they are learning also. So this is an amazing. You should actually note down these insights somewhere.
yeah
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing also even matters is simplicity. Even though you go with simplicity, it's basically like if you go with your own words, people gets like more they get more understanding things, and it's basically like they can relate it to their practical life. So that's one of the key points that helps them. And even if you want, I can give you an example. Before 4 months, I rejoined Twitter. All right, and then I got started with Twitter threads and all right. So it was like after almost 1 month, I can see that almost I have got 108k Twitter impressions on my tweets and Twitter threads. So this is something that that blows your mind, because it's just because of your simplicity and the way you tries to put your efforts for others, right? So this is one thing. And basically, it's you can say one tip from my side. If you don't want to get started with like blogging and on other websites such as Hashnode and all, Twitter threads is one of the best part you can get started with. And even it's like the networking parts is almost 50% is done through Twitter itself by if you add some tags and all, and after that 50% goes up to you how you do it and all.
Yes, simplicity. Like, let me tell you, one of my article was on block pattern, which is available in like all technologies. Like even maybe in JavaScript also block would be there. In React we have block, and Angular we have block. So and in Flutter block is pretty famous. So most of the developers who write would have at least written once for block. So I published block like block in Flutter. Then I posted the same on Reddit. So I got a comment that the same article, like the same topic, the same content is available on for so many articles. So why you wrote this? It's totally useless to write. So I said that I have tried to write in my own language, and if it helps even one, it would be successful. And that article actually reached 1.7K views.
Exactly. Like everyone has a tone and voice. Uh, for example, if I want to share a technical expert level article, and what always, obviously, so you are living in a world where there are so many people who are writing online. So obviously there's something that someone else has already written. But why your content is getting reach is only because of your level of expertise. Like my expertise is storytelling. So whenever I want to explain a difficult or a complicated topic, I use storytelling as a way to simplify it. Like recently, I wrote an article on APIs versus webhooks, and that article got so much reach only because I used an analogy and explaining how APIs and webhooks can differ by using an example of Tomatina festival. Now that festival example I took, which everyone knows that there is a Tomatina festival in Spain that happens, and everyone started relating with it, and in the same time they started relating how APIs and webhooks differ. So there is always a difference in the way of writing, and that's why some people, some content gets engagement and some doesn't. So that's a good point.
Yes. Also, Pulkit, if you are saying at the starting of my technical journey, what should we say now? At the mid of our technical journey.
And then I'm too old now, so.
But yeah,
This
of
is
course,
not
like
like that. It's nothing like age. Age is just a number. It depends upon
yes,
how you do your work, right? So we should
yeah,
not ever consider age.
yes. So that's what I was saying. That Pulkit, people like Pulkit. Then I don't remember her name, but I do remember her YouTube channel, Divine Coding. She's a great contributor in Flutter community as well. I don't remember her name exactly. So she's also, I guess, maybe 13 or 15 years old. And
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
she
the
was,
thing. Even after that, we have Rishit Dagli. So he is one of my inspirations for like getting into ML and all. So these things happens when the any one of the kid or include anyone, they get into like they get into these stuffs through some of the social problems they are getting towards, and that's how it helps you all. Rishit Dagli, at the age of I guess 9 or 10, he met I guess Ayushman Khurana for like he was one of the winner at I guess Mumbai or India Young Minds, and he made some of the I guess one of the best project there, and he was awarded with the first prize there through Ayushman Khurana. So this is how the impact works. It's basically on how you consider the social problems that are going on in your surroundings. So it's basically like even I got into tech through like googling stuffs, and I got to know about one of the Google contest. I guess it was Google Code to Learn or something. Through that I made one of the project for it, for basically how students can more concentrate on their studies through one of the app that I made. And it was like through that I got to know like there is something more just than block programming, and that's how I got my interest into it. And after that, like googling is one of my key parts that helped me in all my journey and all. So it was like through that I was just searching, and I got to know about GDG communities. Then all these stuffs were gone, and that's how it like you can see me now, what I am right now and what I'm doing currently. So it's how googling has one of the key parts of my journey.
Googling is definitely a key part of every developers,
Yeah, and even
because without
I
Google
guess
we won't be doing job.
even I guess we had news about like a folk included googling in their I guess in their
In the
resume, and
resume
they
scaling.
yeah, and they got selected. So it's basically like googling is one of the key parts, even though people ignore it like while talking, but it's one of the key part for everyone's journey.
Yeah,
So
and if you are a developer, I would also add one thing. Googling, of course, debugging is the main way, like not debugging using print statements and everything. Debugging using the actual debugging tools, that would actually take you to a great heights. Because if you know how to debug your code, you would actually get to know how the code is actually working, and you would get to know the entire flow. Using just simply print statements won't make any good effect on your code.
yeah, absolutely. And with that, I would like to end this meet here right now, since we'll be having our community launch in almost more 5 minutes. So make sure to join us there, and we would love to hear you all there. All right. So
Sure.
thank you so much for joining us here, and yeah, bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you
Yeah,
everyone. Thank you Ankita, Rishabh.
Bye.
yeah, bye.
Bye bye.
Really sorry, folks. I just messed it up. I really, it's really like I just messed all these stuffs right now. I have 25 plus tabs here, so really sorry. It's basically like I wanted to tell you all just a small announcement. You all can switch to Twitter right now for more further 30 to 45 minutes. Like we'll be having community launch there, and we'll talk more further regarding communities and tech stacks and all there. So thank you so much for joining us right now. And yeah, I'm sharing the Twitter Spaces URL in the chat section. You can check that out, and even you can start joining us there. And I'm starting it right now. So thank you so much for joining us in. I'm not ending this live stream here. We'll come back to you all at 7:30 or 7:45 p.m. IST. So make sure to be there, and even we'll be having our announcement about who are the winners of our giveaways. All right. So till that time, thank you for joining us here, and yeah, bye bye. Yeah, so really sorry, folks. It's like our Twitter Spaces has crashed again. So we'll be continuing our community lodge here only. So let me just bring up everyone here right now. Let's have them back and we can start discussing again. So really sorry and pardon for like the stuffs that has happened right now. And yeah, let me just have some more folks joining us so that we can have some cool discussions and all. So it's basically like our like Twitter Spaces has crashed again, so we can't do anything right now, right? So let's continue with our this thing and yep. So let's do one thing. Our Let me just have all the folks who were right now here. Let's have them back, and we can start discussing again with all the topics we were talking about. Right? See how. Come on, folks. It's like it seems to be having only two folks who are currently watching us. So make sure to like share it, and even there are some giveaways that you will take up to. So make sure to share it and show your energy in the chat section. So yeah. Right. So yeah, let's wait for almost 5 to 10 minutes for all the other folks who will be joining us right now. Let's see if folks can join us again back right now. It feels really bad, like we were having all things going right, and suddenly Twitter Spaces has crashed again, as the last time if you were there at my own Twitter Spaces. So let's see. Seems so silent, right? Let's do one thing. I will share the StreamYard link in the chat section, and it's like first come first service. All the top 10 folks who would be joining us on StreamYard right now would be able to talk with us, and after that we'll have some more folks joining us again after that, right? So it's like we'll have it till 7:30, and let's see if it's all right or not. And really sorry for what happened, and I'm sharing it again in the chat section. If you want, you all can join us right now. Right. See, you all can just start joining at this link I have shared in the chat section, and you can have some awesome talk and discussion with me and the folks who would be joining us in right now. All right, it seems like Rishabh is back. So really sorry, folks. It was like the Twitter Spaces crashed again. So it's like we can't do anything right now, and like we can continue Twitter Spaces. Like we can continue our community launch here, other than on Twitter Spaces. Even I have shared the Streamyard URL in the chat section. So if you all want, you all can join us in, and we can have some awesome stuff. Like we can discuss with awesome things with you all, right? So yeah, Rishabh, it's like we were going with all the things smoothly, and suddenly,
It happens all the time, especially if you're
yeah,
running a big event. Yeah,
yeah,
and Twitter Spaces is not, club.
yeah,
You should have opted for Clubhouse. Anyways, yeah, great. I just love, so many amazing sessions, so many amazing people coming up and sharing their knowledge, telling us how we
yeah.
can get involved in the community.
Mhm.
It's so much fun. It's so much energy over here. Thank you so much for having me once again.
Yeah, my pleasure. And let me just do one thing. Even I can share this on our social so that even more folks can join
Okay,
us in right now. Even it
that
would
would
be
be
great if you
amazing.
can share that.
Sure, definitely.
Yeah,
It's the same link, right? I
yeah, the
have.
same link.
Perfect. Sure.
It's basically like all the things are messed up right now. 25 plus tabs on my Chrome browser, and apart from this, I have been here for almost 6 or 6.5 hours, I guess.
Yes, and this is just like the live stream.
Yeah,
Backstage there is a lot of things going on. You need to keep
yeah,
track of. So yeah, I can completely, relate with fresh and so much things. I
that,
personally, never like to keep my keep unnecessary tabs open. They just
yeah,
overwhelm me a lot. I just
yeah.
close them as soon as I get them.
Yeah, yeah, even I do so, but it's like currently I can't do. There are some sort of various steps for only going for this event right now. So you know.
Right, yeah. It's okay. It's completely fine. Plus, yeah, there is this new feature of Chrome tab which allows you to group tabs and basically make
Yeah,
things a little bit more tidy. I love that.
something as same as the Discord, I guess. Like you can have servers in one folder and same, right? So
Exactly.
let's talk whatever you want, and like we have more 15 to 20 minutes, right? So we can talk whatever you want, right? So two animated photos of us right now on the stream, and yeah, let's see how many folks would be able to join us in. It seems somewhat boring right now, since nothing much great going on, since we ended up with nothing as a
Yeah.
community launch due to Twitter and all. Even the last time happened, the same thing happened. I was hosting my Twitter spaces and all got ended up suddenly. So yeah, we can't do
Yeah.
anything for it right now.
Twitter Spaces is, I personally have hosted a lot of them, and they
Mhm.
crash. They crash a lot,
Yeah.
and all the effort you made, bringing people and then just hosting everything,
Mhm.
it just goes away.
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
regarding the session like this, everyone is like, super, super, tired as of now,
Mhm.
coding, listening, getting involved in
Yeah.
it, listening in live chat. So, yeah, everyone just needs a little break. That's completely
And
okay. We are
one announcement. We are really glad that we have got 100 plus registrations for this event. So a very much big deal for us. We have thought of even not having 50 registrations, but we ended up having 100 plus, right? So thank you so much all the folks for joining us here right now. In almost 15 to 20 minutes, we'll be having our giveaway results, as well as the event recap and the closing ceremony and all. So all right, and hey Ashutosh, welcome back.
Hello.
It's like we ended up with crashing our Twitter spaces again.
Yeah,
So
actually,
Twitter Space.
I have not joined because there is internet issue in my side, so I don't want to make that very no, bad impression there.
mhm. Next time I will think of something else, such as Clubhouse. I recently joined Clubhouse, and the experience was really good, like other than Twitter spaces. So yeah, and next time I will surely look up to that. And yeah, next year we will surely have something more great than this one. It was our first attempt, so let's see what happens next. All right.
It's only going to get
And
bigger. It's only going to get forward. Everything is just going to be way more fun. So yeah, always stay in touch, get involved in the communities, join the Discord if you haven't already, and
yeah,
basically stay up to date on our socials.
yeah,
So
absolutely.
definitely, you can follow all of us on Twitter. We are very active on Twitter. I'm not sure if you have noticed or not, but our name tags contain our Twitter handles. It's somewhat over here.
Yeah,
So do check it out, and we'll definitely love to get in touch with you.
yeah. So yeah, it's basically like we are having our community launch. Something just as a name, not really. We can say as that, but yeah, and like we can start with our discussion and all. Let's not wait for some more folks joining us in. Maybe folks would have switched to Twitter Spaces, and suddenly the crash and all happened, and yeah, we cannot do anything for it. And let's start discussion on all. Yeah, Vedant, if you want, even you can join us in right now in the StreamYard.
Yeah, do post the link in the comments as well. People will love to join.
It's already there.
Perfect, perfect.
Yeah, let's see if he would be able to join. Till that time, Yeah, Ashutosh and Rishabh, would you all like to have some points? Yeah, Rishabh had some points right now regarding community tech blogging and all. So we would like to have Ashutosh now speaking up and all. Yeah, Ashutosh, I guess you are on mute.
Yeah, actually, I'm saying I love to listen to all of you, what you are talking about, all these things.
Yeah.
I completely get
So
it. Especially speaking out is it's a bit uncomfortable experience. You'll get used to it. Just go ahead.
mhm.
Yeah, Pulkit, so how was your experience today? Tell me something about your
Yeah,
whole.
one of the great experience, as you know, I hosted one of my first such a long event. Yeah, even though we had some other events from MLH and all, it was something different, guild and all. But this is something different from others, like continuous sessions, discussions and all. So it was really a wonderful and a new experience for me. And yeah, what about you all?
I enjoyed very much.
Uh,
Actually, I'm
I really
covering since
think
morning.
yes, Abhishek. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying that I'm covering since morning. Everything is good. There are many folks talked about many things, and
Yeah.
I enjoyed very much. But there was some network issues between, but that's why I was not consistent to hear all these things. But I will see a whole recording in fast forward one more time.
Yeah, so basically, first of all, thank you, Ashutosh, for helping
Oh,
us. You were one of the main folk who worked on our main website and all, and you even made such a good updates in it. So thank you so much for joining us in.
no. I want to thank you because you have given me chance for this. I have no idea I will make it possible because I have never tried for this any type of website for anybody. You said that if anybody interested, I said I can, and it was possible. Thank you for you.
Yeah, yeah, my pleasure. And we have one more folk, I guess, Irfan. Hey, Irfan, if it would be great if you would like to introduce yourself, and then we can talk more about with you and all. He just left. No worries. Let's continue. Yeah, Rishabh, you were telling something?
Yeah, like I said, people are tired. Everyone needs rest. Uh, and the thing is, yeah, like so many amazing sessions happen. I was personally, very interested in knowing about the design stuff which is going on in the Google, especially the Material U, which recently came up and brought a lot of UI changes and animations. I love animations, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the thing is I'm pretty excited what the future of Android 12 looks like, and basically all the stuff which is they are going to add, and there and it's more privacy focused this time, and like we just saw, Google I/O was massive, and it was
Yeah.
completely people are talking about AI and machine learning all the time.
One of the epic one.
Exactly, so many things is going on, and plus if someone's thinking what they should get in, machine learning is the best thing to get into right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't trust
So
us, listen to Google.
yeah, yeah, it's up to you all and how you all think. But yeah, for me, machine learning is one of the great stuff. And I would like to ask you all, what was your favorite part of this event? Like we had a 9 minutes go through of the whole Google I/O. We had such a great sessions, and yeah, what was your favorite one?
Okay, starting with me. I personally like two things. Which one? The first thing was the community discussion, which happened recently. People
Yeah,
sharing
yeah.
about their lives, and and the community discussion wasn't just happening over here. It's what wasn't just happening in the live stream. A great discussion was also going on in the comments and the live chat section
Yeah.
that people were talking. So yeah, that was a really amazing thing. Another thing which I really liked and enjoyed was the sessions themselves. And my favorite one sessions, all of them were really great. My favorite one was the camera one, which we created using TensorFlow JS. I'm into, if you don't know already, I'm into JavaScript a lot, and I build a lot of things using React. So it was like amazing for me to know about, like, and especially we participate in hackathons all the time, and we just,
Yeah.
sometimes we get lazy working on AI and stuff. So that, I think that's a really great thing for us to to come learn something, and it's not much learning involved into it. The first thing, it's just basic stuff going on. You can easily get into like amazing models, very fast. So yeah, that like was really amazing.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. And yeah, you were telling something. You can go on.
and plus, I think, go to any event, go to any, basically things, like one of the great things is like you get to meet a lot of amazing people. Like, oh yeah, if you saw, I just got to meet, like, Santosh sir, who was telling us a lot of cool things. So basically, you just get to know these amazing people, and you hear the stories, you hear the expertise, and all of us, like, basically, get uh, get involved in the community. They inspire us, they become our role models, and we just end up learning so much new at those times.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think networking is actually a great part to, regarding this event.
Yeah, and now we have Vedant here, I guess. So hey Vedant, it is really great to have you here. And yeah, what was your favorite session? Like favorite
Yeah.
part of this
Hi,
event?
Pulkit. Hi, Rishabh.
Yeah, hey.
I really enjoyed the whole event, and I just missed that Flutter one. I think it was by Abhishek Doshi,
Abhishek, yeah.
and yeah, the rest of the event were really amazing, and really appreciate the efforts put by the whole team. And Pulkit and Rishabh, I have been following you since long time, and really appreciate the efforts you are putting in providing value to the students.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, even for me, the whole part was really great. Even though it was something great stuff that was going on. Even though the worst part was Twitter Spaces and all, leave it. Let's leave it. And
Yeah.
but the most favorite part of my event was, even though the live sessions were awesome, but I really loved that 9 minutes pre-recorded video of the whole
Yeah.
go through of a
Google
Google
I/O.
I/O in 9 minutes. It was really awesome, at least for me. Like, I got to know each and every stuff about Google I/O in just 9 minutes. So it was one of the key parts, and like great stuff that I would have ever seen in this event for now. So yeah, that's how all. And like, yeah, Vedant, would you like to share your experience with us, and like your how your journey is going on, and yeah, like what you are currently working on and all.
Uh, so I have worked on the DevOps and cloud since last 6 to 7 months, and currently I'm learning front end and trying to build things and turn my ideas into reality. That's all about me.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Basically, like completing and like competing the challenges that are around us, like roaming and all. So yeah, it's really great to hear that stuff. And yeah, let's see what happens next. It's like we need some more folks joining us in, since we need to see the excitement of like the giveaway results and all. So yeah, let's see. It would be great if you all can even try to network this event and all. And yeah,
Uh,
let's even
I
even
think
my
Rishabh
fingers are
recently
crossed.
graduated, right?
You are on
You are
mute.
on mute.
Sorry, yeah, I was on mute. So yeah, no, I actually haven't graduated yet. I'm still in my third year, which is my final year. So yeah, we'll be graduating pretty soon, and
Yeah.
very excited for all the amazing opportunities and amazing life waiting for me and great future endeavors. So yeah, pretty excited for that.
Yeah. And yeah, would you like to have any one of you like have some tips and like good stuff regarding community and all, and tips for their tech journey for all our attendees and like participants who are currently watching now? It would be really great
So
from both of
I
you.
would I would highly recommend to the beginners or who are in the initial level of their tech journey. So become part of awesome communities like Basecamp, PUG, or any community. It will add a lot of value, and you will explore many things and get aware about lot many opportunities, and also learn with the collaboration. And it is great for networking and building and upskilling your knowledge. So, anything you would like to add, Rishabh? Rishabh, you are on mute.
Yes, sure, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So I just there was like network issue.
Okay.
Okay, so
That's fine.
when we usually talk about communities and stuff, the first thing that comes in mind, what I will be able to get it from you. Like there are opportunities like going on, and there are people are sharing resources, which is really good and yeah, pretty useful thing. But there is just one aspect which I usually I would be good in first year or maybe second year, but you should definitely start looking into it, which is content creation. And in content creation, things comes like you can like explain simple topics to writing technical blogs, or you can just like host events, organize webinars and stuff, and you don't have to like go into like that mega scale and bring hundreds and thousands of people on board to attend your events. You can just start on this micro scale. Just start from your college itself. Teaching people how to do all this simple things, and basically just scaling up a bit. And how it can help you, it will definitely give you community exposure. Definitely, if if you're a part of community, you'll definitely be getting to know more people will be coming to you if they have any questions. In that case, you will be able to solve them. In that case, you'll be able to learn something new. And plus, the people who are going to help, and definitely they are going to learn something new from that. So, and this way, another thing is really helps you with your networking, because as we saw, networking is really important. Networking, you can say, if I want to relate networking, it's like the backbone of your entire career, because you may have a lot of skills. You may have like best skills in the world. You can be the best programmer in the world, but if you cannot show it, you cannot display it, it's not gonna happen. You really need to like people seeing it, people like have a little bit of following. You don't need a huge following, you just need a little bit of following. Just the people you support, just the people who are who support you, the people you like to connect with, and that's basically how it works. Keep it simple, keep it steady, and always remember, like, this is not a this is not a sprint, it is a marathon. You cannot like do it for like 1 or 2 days and expect huge outcomes. It's not gonna happen. You just need to like put in effort and
Yeah.
keep
Really
doing
nice point.
it. We also have Shantamoya. Hey,
Yeah.
all right. Pulkit, are you here?
Hey guys, sorry, I was on mute. Hey, so first of all, I have never met you guys. So, hey, I am Shanta and I am from basically Chandigarh. So, I belong from Dehradun and I worked with some communities, be it Alexa, Community India, as well as GDGs. I'm currently co-team member of GDG Chandigarh as well as Facebook Developers Chandigarh. and I'm more into Java and Python stuff. So some of you people are mostly from web dev side, right? React and Angular. So I'm mostly in Java and Python stuff. So some of the things goes out of my mind. But again, some of the things that I like to address is we were talking about communities, why they are important. So the most important thing in the world is having fun. Okay, if you are into tech, you need to understand why you are into tech. Everyone can make money from tech, but can you enjoy tech? So that's the main motive behind any community. The person who is starting a community is always there because he wants to contribute something towards the world, or you can say towards something, right? So that's the main motive, and I think most people take this motive to its another extent. They are there for goodies or fame or something, right? And you guys know about this stuff. This is common these days. People start a community, get fame, sir, wali feeling and all, but it's always because why you want to be there, because mostly it should be there that you want to contribute back. There's a famous quote, right? Be the senior you wanted as a junior. Okay, so if you are not the senior, so why you have that community leader? So it's like that only. I have like I started community building in 12th class. So I have 4 year experience of working with communities. So my first community was roadside kids whom I used to teach maths. Okay. So started with that. And then in the first year there was no community because I was in tech first time. So that things like just have fun, enjoy the tech. जितने मजे कर सकते हो करो. Learn new things, explore new things. Do focus on fundamentals because end of the day they are the ones that come into the hand. कोई नया टेक काम नहीं आएगा जब तक तुम्हें ये नहीं पता है कि कैसे लूप चलता है. Because every language, every tech has a loop. But if you don't have any understanding why is loop taking place, why is the operating system having like how is the storage happening, right? So बस YouTube tutorial follow करते रह जाओगे and you will be like कि जो बता दिया कर दिया, right? So that's not a good thing. Okay. And talking about industrial experience, I have 7 months of industrial experience. I worked with 2 startups, and currently I'm going to join Accenture in next month. So again, these are the things that I learned from these startups. Like fundamentals are very important, and talking about community building, network as much as possible, talk to people in friendly manner. Anyone can teach you anything, right? Even Pulkit can teach me anything. Being I have a 7 months of industrial experience, Pulkit can teach me how to create a React JS app. Though he doesn't have any industrial experience right now, right? He's like just a developer point of view, student point of view. So enjoy. जब भी कॉलेज में जाओ फर्स्ट ईयर एंजॉय करना. Okay, every time first year should be every time enjoyable, right? You should explore all the parts of the city, whichever place you are going to college or non-college or something. Explore each and every part of that city. Okay, and second year start coding, start open source. So open source is like these days is a newer concept. Earlier people were not focused on open source and stuff. Like you can take example of last 5 years, open source are developed, but before 5 years there was no open source to anyone, right? Many few people in India knew about Google Summer Code, and very few people know about what is GitHub. And let's say GitHub is also a bit new. GitLab, no one was aware about these things. So these days sources have came. We have internet access, geo, like So just enjoy your field of study. Let's say non-technical also. Just enjoy. Okay. This is just what I have to say. So if you have anything related to non-enjoying, like any comment that you can say or any point that why we should not enjoy tech, so I'm all here. Okay, so that's it from my side. I do have something like I had a simple competition recently, like 2 competitions in this whole session. So let's hear out it result. I hope Pulkit, this is the time we could
Yeah,
hear out the result.
yeah, sure. It seems to be like our Santa has some awesome, awesome thoughts that he shared right now. So yeah, now it would be really great if like we can have our giveaway results right now.
Okay, let's just see some memes first. Okay, so before I want to share like and all. So let's just see the memes. So Pulki, can you add me to the screen. Cool. So this is the first meme that I want to share. So let me zoom it out. Okay. So this is the meme. I hope some people are able to understand it. It says
Shanta,
Python.
I guess your screen is stuck.
Okay, let me reach it.
All right.
Cool. I will change the screen. Now you are able to see.
Yeah.
Cool. Change.
Awesome.
It's visible, right?
visible. Yeah.
Okay. So let's change the meme. So when we messed up, this means while enjoying the great session by Programmer Universal Group and Developer Student Community. So chemical reaction mess. So it's like this type of explosion. Then we have mechanical engineer mess. Then we have electrical engineer mess. Then we have this. It's like restarting of PC. I think someone experienced this or something. So next one is this developer heart, null pointer exception. Okay, and we figure it out. Stack Overflow is currently offline. Okay, when Stack Overflow is currently offline, so developer gets a heart attack or something. Okay, so hey guys, go watch this event and all. Website. Okay, finally after years of searching, I found a real tree. Okay, just quick pointer. Who can tell me which tree it is? Like there are two types, right? BST and stuff. Just okay. Let's leave it up. Okay. We no going to these things.
Yeah.
Okay. So next meme is this. Some memes while enjoying great session by PUBG and Programming University Development Student Group. Quickly join live. It's now. Is successfully Python installation complete in my PC. Okay, yeah, this is a Python. Okay, so to those who speaking was not visible, मेरे को भी नहीं पता चला था starting में क्या जो. So here Python has been installed and it's getting out of the system.
Super minds.
So then this is like it's like an old meme. Like we have a large folder on the system, then we have Node.js packets, okay, NVM packets, sorry, packages. So this is x plus 1 equals to 1, and this is x equals to x plus 1. This meme I was not able to get it because it was not that much funny. So whoever made it, sorry, but it was not that much funny from my side. Okay, I don't know what others, but it was not funny from my side. Okay. So for meme competition, we have the winner as Meet Patel. If I'm pronouncing it right, it's Meet Patel. Patel, sorry. So hey, Meet, congratulations, and we will contact you over mail for the giveaway and stuff. Okay. And next competition, 1 minute. Let's open. Next competition we had was for it was like a scavenger hunt. Okay. So let the folder open. 1 minute. So in scavenger hunt, we got some great replies and stuff. So people were really enjoying it, I think, because they gave me some good photos of their lunch. Okay, so
Yeah,
I will just show
yeah.
the photos of their lunch. Okay, because it's like kind of my dinner time. So let's go with it. I will not show other photos because some photos were concerning like people's face and all. So I don't think it should be displayed here. Though some people get offended or something. So let's 1 minute. I will share my screen.
We have got Meet Patel here. So congratulations, Meet Patel. And
So I'm going to take out 3 categories from it, and there are 2 winners basically from this category because this category had a large amount of submissions. So I went for 2 winners. Okay. So something. I hope my screen is visible. Please, can you add the screen first? Cool. I hope it is visible. Can you tell? Hope it was visible. There are 4 photos in front of you. Pulkit, it was visible, right?
yeah, it's visible.
Cool. So we have this category is like last thing you ate. So someone ate dinner. So basically this was a lunchtime. So people ate lunch. So some people had this. I had mm, बुरा लगता है कभी कभी. So some person ate sweet corn and then there was ice cream. It's rainy season here, so ice cream. It's a bit awkward for me. Then we have good day. But you also have a good day, man. So something you cannot live without. So in this, many people were posting about their systems. So this is one of the thing that people these days cannot live without. As a developer field, we cannot. And then there was one person who again shared the same pic about that was for food. So it's like very good thing to share about. Then we have your lunch photos. So someone had dal bhat for dinner for lunch. Then we had someone who was out of the room. I think he had something. Then we have Maggie. Who eats Maggie for lunch? Basically, this is not fair.
Legendary
And
folks.
and then we have the again same photo which has this. So I cannot zoom more. So that's it. From this point of view, there were two winners. Wait a minute, I forgot the name. One minute. One was Simran and other person was Shubham. I think I don't remember the full name. I have a like we developers have this tendency to close the tabs again and again, right? Like quickly close the tab.
Yeah.
So this thing happens a lot. So 1 minute.
Yeah, awesome. So first of all, congratulations to all of our giveaway winners. So it was really great to have you all here, and thank you so much, everyone, including all the attendees, our team, our teammates, our speakers, and all. So it was not at all possible without you all, and yeah, it would be really great to have you all in our future events as well. So basically, this event was hosted through Programmers Universal Group in collaboration with Developer Students Community. So yeah, now let's have a quick recap of our event and closing ceremony and all. So basically, our whole event was kind of like something good enough as much as I know, and it was really a good experience for me as well, and I hope it was same for you all as well. And the main thing is like the worst, even we should include the worst part of our event, that is community launch. We ended up having Twitter spaces crashed. So yeah, no worries, we'll try up next year as well. And thank you so much for being such a good part of our this event, and we would be having some even digital swags for you all. So make sure to like have make sure to be almost consistent on checking your inbox. We'll be sending digital swags almost to everyone. So yeah, and let's see what happens next year. And thank you so much for joining us in. We had such a great stuff of speakers and sessions and all, and it was not at all possible without you all folks who joined us here. And thank you so much for being part of this event. So with that, our whole team and our whole community would like to thank you all. And yeah, just be consistent, be collaborative as much as possible, and try to like love and be addictive to open source and communities and all. And yeah, thank you so much everyone for joining us in. And yeah, bye bye, see you soon. And yeah, bye. So it would be really great if we can have just a small talk with Rishabh. So it was basically like a great event, and he was one of our UI and UX lead. And we had some more folks who joined us in between of this event. So yeah, hey Rishabh, would you like to have some like points, and would you like to share your experiences with us?
I would love to. So yeah, I mean, like, we just wanted to make sure that it's while we were preparing for this event, we had like couple of pointers in our mind. Just we wanted to make the experience as rich as possible, as close to the original Google iOS as we could. Plus, we also wanted to make it, as collaborative and as personal to, as possible, because it was basically a community event. So, and it was so much fun, literally, and it was like so much work for sure. But we had a lot of we learned a lot. We had a great experience, collaborating with each other, and hosting all the session, meeting all of you. And thank you so much for joining, everyone. And I literally can't wait for the next year's Google I/O. So yeah, and I'm sure you too. So once again, thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, same here. And yeah, meet Patel. Just a thing, like we'll contact you soon. You don't need to worry about that. And basically, we'll be basically contacting you through your socials, or else even we can contact you through email or some stuff. So yeah, just try to be as much as like consistent with your work and all. And thank you so much for being part of this. And with that, we would like to end this meet here. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here. Bye bye. See you soon. And yeah, this event would be annually and will be there next year. So bye.